Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. I don't have video, but I'm gonna be fixing it. My name is Vlad. I'm live with Xenu, the king of Moreno and the queen of the Moreno Chan meme. And this is the show that dares to ask the questions that others don't even have the courage to. And basically, the goal of this conversation is to debate Zcash versus Montevideo. And also, we considered before we started this, while we were doing some prep talk, that it could be a good idea to talk about the stuff that we also have in common, because we seem to have a lot in common, and some of it concerns the current direction in which Bitcoin is going. So just to tease you guys, those listening, we're gonna do that brawl, but maybe after the first section in which we complain about Bitcoin culture. It's good to have you, Anti-Moonboy.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Vlad. It's great to be here. I'm happy to be on the show.
Yeah, I do have to compliment your aesthetics. I did my best to make the most of it and have some animations on screen. And I also appreciate that you were patient with me because I started late. So I guess this gives you enough of a reason to call me a retard.
Retard. No.
That's where the
yeah,
word comes from, right? French, it means late.
yeah, exactly. There you go. I'm a big fan of aesthetics, so I'm happy that you put in the effort there because that was pretty funny to see on Twitter where you took the Monero Chan image. It really just shows you how AI is just crazy right now.
I agree. And at the same time, I think the reason why we started doing this is that I announced that I sold all of my Xenoblade Marble rupees, XMR, and I swapped it for Zcash and Zano because Zano is basically a code fork of the CryptoNote protocol, which is very similar with Moreno. Basically, it's what you would get if you stripped Montevideo of Dandelion++, which gives you network level privacy, and made it proof of stake. That's kind of it. But the privacy is kind of the same. Ring signatures and bulletproofs and confidential transactions, stealth addresses, it's all there.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is all there. And I will say too that Monero has a great culture. And unfortunately, yeah, there's some bad words thrown in your way, which is unfortunate. But I want to represent Monero in a appropriate way because I think that I have a lot of ideas that a lot of people will agree with. Because really, the purpose of Anti-Moonboy is to push back against Moonboyism. Moonboyism is, I think, out of control. I think people are buying cryptocurrency like they're buying tech stocks. And what I want to bring this back to is using cryptocurrency, peer to peer digital cash. So, yeah.
Right, so all of this started with Bitcoin, which we can both agree right now that it's not very much used as peer-to-peer digital cash, even though there are small markets for it. And most of the activity is just speculation on the price. And it seems like the culture has moved towards what we like to call the store of value or the savings or whatever people like to call it so that they don't look like speculators. And it
Oh, for
kind of
sure.
sucks because, on one hand, Satoshi's bet concerning the network was that it becomes sustainable via transaction fees, which we're not seeing. And we constantly have to come up with reasons to use the Bitcoin base layer because there is no constant demand for block space. And on the other hand, it sucks because the mission, as stated in the white paper, and which has been pushed over the first few years of Bitcoin, was to use it as digital cash, to use it as unstoppable money that cannot be censored, that cannot be confiscated, that makes the user sovereign. And it seems like there are legitimate altcoins which also have interesting features, such as contracts and privacy, which fulfill this purpose much better. And Bitcoin right now just embraces the digital gold mantra, which once again, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you also scale it and make it fit for payments, which so far it was not made. And it's really disappointing.
I mean, it's incredibly disappointing. And the best metaphor I can think of is to compare the white paper by Satoshi with the headshot of Michael Saylor on Forbes magazine. You know, it's just like all of that like power and like people were scared of Bitcoin. Like it had so much like intensity, right? It's like we're taking over, right? We are taking the financial institutions back into our hands, right? And now we're kind of just playing around with these conferences. We're looking at number go up. We're watching CNBC. Hey guys, let's go watch CNBC. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing today. You know, it's very sterile. It's very corporate, and it's really unfortunate because I love Bitcoin. I really do. And I mean, I got started here because of Bitcoin. So it's not like I want it to fail. I'm just highly critical of where we've gotten to. And a lot of that is really derived from this culture of people who just are in cryptocurrency who just want to get rich. They don't have idealism. You know, they don't have any soul. They're just greedy. And maybe this is just a reflection of humanity. That might be the case. But I feel like if we have a response to this as a pushback where it's like, listen, guys, we can still save Bitcoin. We can start using it more. I think that would be really effective because so much of Bitcoin culture is just dominated by number go up, and I feel like a lot of people are starting to get tired of that.
I agree, but at the same time, as long as the number go up, it seems like people are more willing to compromise. When the number doesn't go up, that's when we get fights. And what's happening nowadays, it's that we have this silly situation where I don't even think it's a technical conversation. It's just a bunch of lawyers imagining the worst kind of situation and what can happen, and a bunch of nerds who feel like they don't like and they're not being represented by the technocrats, and they want to overthrow the system with a guy who actually lost 200 Bitcoin on his server and uses the same server for a different purpose right now, which is crazy. And the technical conversation has no merit whatsoever. It's upper turn, it's been around for many years. If you can compress data, put it on the blockchain, you actually can. It's a permissionless network. You have to understand that the people you don't like are gonna be using it. But these guys are like, no, it should not be there. We should use filters, which by the way are stupid. No matter how much you filter, someone's gonna figure out a workaround, and the workaround usually involves a lot more work and more bloat for the UTXO set, and basically you're just welcoming them to make the network more centralized and kick out the nodes with low specs.
Yeah, I think the best way to summarize the filters war going on is a Simpsons meme. It's the meme of Moe throwing out Barney out of the bar, and Barney in this case would be the filtered out material, right? So Moe throws him out, and then behind him there's the filtered material, because filters don't actually stop the content from being shared. It's just going to get included in a block anyway. So it's just pure virtue signaling. And yeah, the whole conversation, I think, is just podcasters looking for attention for the most part. I think there is some merit to wanting to limit certain things on Bitcoin, absolutely. But at the same time, Bitcoin Knots, for example, has been fighting against the guys over at Samourai Wallet. They're very against the Bitcoin improvement protocol that they use, as well as Whirlpool. And because those protocols require more space, and that space would actually get censored by these filters. And the thing is, Bitcoin, it's chosen this path. I disagree with it, but whatever. It's chosen this path of optional privacy, where they have certain things that you can do if you do these certain things, right? And in my opinion, this is a problem. And but whatever. Um, with regards to this whole situation, I feel like Bitcoin is reaching a point where there's a lot of hostility at each other, and a lot of that is, of course, because the number is not going up that much. It's not. It's in fact, it's not going up at all compared to the projections we've seen. I mean, Adam Back, for example, is predicting 7 figures. It's like, what are you talking about, man? It's kind of insane.
Yeah, I think there are three aspects to what you said. First of all, you mentioned the keyword to solving this issue, which is privacy. If Bitcoin made it so that miners cannot actually distinguish between transactions, it would be much more censorship resistant. And we would never have this conversation of what is allowed to be in a transaction and what is not. Basically, the fee would be the filter. As long as the transaction is valid and it pays the right fee, it goes into a block. And if we had privacy, we would never get here. Also, because it would be difficult for people to actually see what's in the transaction. Only the sender and the receiver would know. So, food for thought, let's add privacy to Bitcoin. The second aspect to it is that basically the filters built by Bitcoin knots were filtering up return transactions, and Samourai was relying on them to broadcast messages to the blockchain to mark some of their services. So by design, Samourai has always used up return, and Bitcoin knots was sort of designed to eliminate this kind of use case. It's not per se against CoinJoin, but it is against up return, and Samourai was using that.
And yeah, just to point out, it's frustrating because like if Bitcoin is choosing this path of optional privacy, you need to allow that optional privacy to happen with that extra data. So it was always frustrating because the Samourai Wallet guys would get into fights with Luke Dash Jr. And it's kind of like, listen, man, we're trying to achieve privacy here. Like, why are you fighting against this?
Yeah, and Luke, to be honest, I don't think he ever had the cypherpunk credentials or he ever believed that Bitcoin was a cypherpunk project. He had a lot of controversial statements. I remember I interacted with him a few times, and for the record, I'm very pro drive chains, like side chains which are secured by miners. And he was saying, yeah, but miners can steal and do this. And I said, yeah, but what's your alternative? And he said, we already have Liquid. I was like, yeah, but Liquid is a federation. He said, yeah, that's perfectly fine, because if someone tries to steal your funds, you can actually go to a court of law and sue them. I was like, so what's the security method, basically? We fall back on the judiciary branch of the nation state? Is that why we're here? To go to court if someone steals from us? Is this the cypherpunk future that we envision? Is this what we're really building for the next generation? To have a network that relies on court? How is that different from PayPal anymore?
Well, exactly. And yeah, Luke, he has said some freaking weird things. The cat thing, like, dude, what? And we don't have to get into it, but he's done a lot of great for Bitcoin. Which is the thing. Like, it's like, okay, he contributes, cool, and he's doing his own thing. That's fine. I think the problem though is like he's built up this cult of personality, and then you have podcasters who have nothing else better to do than to shill his stuff because they don't want to talk about using Bitcoin. Evidently, they'd rather just talk about this Bitcoin not stuff, and it's turned into this whole circus, really.
It's actually funny. I had a conversation in the previous episode with Paul Sztorc, CEO of Layer 2 Labs, and I told him, both you and Luke have raised VC funding. The way in which you approached it was to get someone to post memes on your page and just focus on building. So he did not invest too much on marketing. But the way in which Luke has approached it was to build a cult. He was like, let's get this guy who's kind of nuts too. Let's get this one who is also very religious, and let's basically start pushing all of these edge cases and all of these situations which are ridiculous, and fantasize about pedophiles using Bitcoin in ways that nobody likes, and say, yeah, but if you give more storage or more capacity for up return, then this is gonna happen, and then you're gonna go to jail for running a node, and all of this fantasy basically, because in the real world that's not how it works. And it also goes back to another conversation that every Bitcoin transaction and every block hash can be a JPEG. There's a website where you can turn any piece of text into a JPEG. It generates some sort of image. It's kind of ridiculous because it's encoded in a way that you're not gonna double click. You don't sync your blockchain and then you open the folder where you have the block and you double click on the JPEG and you're like, oh my god, someone put his dick here. That's not how it works. It's encoded. And you do have to know specifically what kind of encryption or encoded. What's the noun for that? Encoded is the verb. What's the noun for encoded? What kind of code basically? You need to basically open that. So it's really silly, and we got to a point where people are outraged, and I think it's just an excuse to fire Bitcoin Core, because these people are not what the culture has been educated to like, and they were never what the culture has been educated to like. They're not like Robert Breedlove, muscular and Christian and meat eating and whatever. They're not like Saifedean to talk about low time preference. They're a bunch of nerds who understand so well how fragile Bitcoin is that they don't really hold much of it. And they also maybe have political opinions which don't fit into this typology of what the average Bitcoiner is. And you have Ava Chow, who used to be named Andrew Chow, went from being a man to being a woman. And you have Gloria Zhao, who allegedly was the girlfriend of someone from amongst the Bitcoin Core developers. And you also have Vladimir van der Laan, who also became trans, as far as I know. And he was the maintainer for a long time. And to be fair, these guys are great coders. Like, I don't care what they are. I don't care what they do in their private life. They did a good job and they earned everything that they have. But in the case of Gloria Zhao, it's very nasty, because if she wasn't a woman and she did not have a degree of sense of humor, instead of just bowing her head and saying, I'm sorry, which is probably what they wanted, they would be fine with her. But now they're saying, well, a Bitcoin Core developer should be 35 years old at least, should have this experience and this background and blah, blah, blah. And nobody ever said this about Matt Corallo when he joined the project and he was like 16. Nobody said this about Peter Todd, who was like 20-something. Nobody said this about Greg Maxwell, who was 20-something. Nobody said this about Tamos, who owned the bitcoin.org domain and was one of the first contributors to Bitcoin, and he was 20-something. All of these young people, they got a free pass, and then when you get this woman that they don't like, they find excuses to fire her. And I think this is what it's about, really. They just want to fire this class of devs, and I don't know what's gonna happen next, but I don't see any solution from here. Maybe there's gonna be a fork.
Yeah, maybe. And like, I think a fork is really the only solution for this problem, right? Because if regarding, filters, like they're useless. They it's virtue signaling, basically. It's wearing the mask, and you're not actually stopping these transactions from going through. They're still being picked up by miners. So they should fork or hard fork. I think that would be the appropriate solution here. And yeah, the funny thing about this is I don't even really like Bitcoin Core, but I'm defending them in this case because I'm on their side. Because like this whole conversation, it's like very nitpicky, and it reminds me of how the government, when it attacks privacy, it focuses on these very tiny, or it focuses on these issues that do not reflect actual privacy usage. So, for example, they will say that we need to stop encryption to save kids because of pornography and stuff. And like, I mean, I can't argue with that. Like, that's actually like those things are terrible. But at the same time, we need to have digital privacy, right? We need to have these rights. So it's kind of like the fact that they're doing this to the Bitcoin protocol and calling people who are just running a Bitcoin node these promoters of CSAM, it's ridiculous. I think I think it's all just theater, and they're just looking for attention.
But then again, you see what's been happening. There was a conference in Lugano this week, and there was so much virtue signaling, and you had a technical debate where the Knots team actually got a round of applause from the audience. And I think,
Really?
honestly, in a way, it's like the revenge of the hypocrisy of Core, because in 2017 they used all of these non-technical guys and they LARPed that nodes are important and running your own node is a vote against the miners and all of this non-technical babbling, which is untrue. And they made them believe that their nodes are almighty and somehow Bitcoin is like a democracy, which it's not. And these people became very confident and they grew their own platforms and they used to be a fringe minority that was useful. And somehow they became the mainstream. And guys like Adam Back sort of lost the battle. They used to be super, like, the voice of reason and someone that they held in high regard. And now it seems like Adam Back has fallen out of grace. And somehow I think it's the consequence of inviting all of these people and using them while they were useful, but not seeing how they're gonna end up eating him too.
Yeah, I mean, you go to Adam Back's Twitter profile and he's posting charts and he has like laser eyes, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, we need digital cash. Go back to work. Like we don't care about that. But I mean, listen, I'm not against buying Bitcoin to make money. Like investment is a use case, right? So I want people thinking I'm against number grow up necessarily. However, we need to have some perspective here. We need to have some focus. And yeah, I mean, Core 2017, you brought up a good point. Like they were pretty reckless with that. I mean, the whole block size stuff, like, you know, they don't look great in retrospect with that because Lightning Network did not pan out the way they've claimed that it would. And I don't know. It seems like they still kind of have this ego, and perhaps this is just a reaction to that ego that they've had, you know, over the past, you know, decade.
Yeah, maybe it's what they deserve, but at the same time, it's tragic for Bitcoin because these guys will be saying, yeah, we gotta save the base layer for financial transactions, which sounds very reasonable. But you look at the blockchain right now and people are doing sub-Satoshi transactions because there's no demand for it. And then if there is demand for it, it's not scaling. So how are you gonna balance this? They don't want to increase the block size, they don't want to have more transactions, but somehow they want to save the network from other use cases. People have been asking me in the chat why I'm wearing this helmet and this vest and these protection glasses. I've been part of the Citrea ceremony today. I was basically node number 57 out of 60. And I had to go through a process to create this network, which is going to launch in a couple of weeks. And where was I going with this? Yeah, Citrea is something that's actually trying to use block space, like the Bitcoin blockchain, as this data availability layer, which is something that they're going to hate. They're going to say it's not financial. But on the other hand, you're going to get a throughput of thousands of other transactions per second on this second layer and features that you find in Ethereum. So it's sort of a layer 2 that's convenient and people who are interested in this kind of stuff will be using. It's also something that will make them very angry just because it exists and it's not the holy tech stack that Satoshi left us. But it's at least something that's going to pay the miners. And as far as I know, virtue signaling and LARPing on Twitter does not pay the miners. And in like 10 years, we're going to have a very serious conversation about what's really paying the miners and what's not. And it's not going to be just a hypothetical conversation. It's going to get very serious because the block reward diminishes. We had a halving last year. We're going to have another one in 3 years, then another one in 4 years. So 7 years and then another one in 4 years. So in 11 years, it's going to be very severe.
Well, I think the people are going to rally around Michael Saylor. That's the black pill. That's what's going to happen because that's what Bitcoin has become. It's a tech stock now. People aren't using it. So what they're going to do is they're going to follow the guy who's you know, the face of Bitcoin, the CEO of Bitcoin, Michael Saylor, CEO of Bitcoin. That's really what it is now. And so, yeah, regarding the mining, with Monero, we've gone through this recently. Proof of work mining can be attacked, and Bitcoin mining absolutely can be attacked by selfish mining. We'll see if that ever could happen. I mean, Bitcoin's very large, so the chances of that are probably smaller, but it could theoretically happen because miners, they're going to be looking for profit. And, if the Bitcoin price doesn't continue climbing at the rate that it's forecasted to climb at, you're going to have issues.
Basically, if Bitcoin does a 10x from here, it's gonna flip gold. I think that's the math, the moon math.
Mm.
So, is that feasible? Like, think about gold, how long it takes. Like, what kind of history does gold have, and what kind of recognition, and how many places where you can buy and sell gold you have, and how many places around the world gold is recognized as something valuable. And you think that's something that's 16 years old, 17 in January, is gonna somehow flip it on markets? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but then what's next? You assume that there's gonna be infinite inflation and that nation states are really that stupid? Might be.
Well,
But then
well,
again, if you get to a point where Bitcoin is $1 million or something, it just means that you're gonna pay 10 times more for everything else. So I don't think you're gonna have a better life or a greater purchasing power. It's just that the world is becoming a much worse place.
well, the narrative that was sold to the Bitcoin majority is the strategic reserve. That ended up being a meme. It didn't happen. We have this Bitcoin president. He doesn't give a shit about Bitcoin. Like, look, come on. Like he probably doesn't understand how Bitcoin works. He thinks Bitcoin mining is literally digging into the ground. If you ask Trump, I'm assuming he would probably say that. The people in government, they have no idea what's going on. And so, anyways, we were sold the Bitcoin strategic reserve. It pumped off of that momentum, and then what did it do? It just died. And yeah, there's not a lot of interest right now in buying Bitcoin. I might be wrong though. Like it's hard to talk about these things because projects can just pump and dump at the moment's notice. We saw this with Zcash recently. Zcash just pumped violently, and I mean, people will say there's reasons for this. Maybe it was just something manufactured. I don't know. A lot of these things kind of just happen, and I've taken from my point of view, I try to ignore the noise. Right, I'm just looking at use case and adoption. And when it comes to Bitcoin adoption, it's just not being adopted. Or it is being adopted, but the adoption or the goal of adoption, the objective is a tech stock. It is to buy and hold digital property, and there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. If that's the direction we're heading, fine. But yeah, will it flip gold? I really don't think so. In fact, I think gold will continue to climb. I think it's undervalued in my opinion. Even after the price bump that's happened, I think gold has been undervalued.
I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with the tech stock. It's just that that's not the reason why we got here, many of us. Like, it's very weird to see the goalpost move and the narrative change, and you're supposed to adapt with the times and say, yeah, this Blockstream is the new leader of Bitcoin. We have to listen to them. They're gonna build this layer 2, which is their sidechain, and then they're also gonna work on the Lightning Network, and all the shit coins were gonna go to zero, right? That was the promise of it. And of course, it never happened. Like, I participated to multiple pitch decks for the Liquid sidechain, which is actually a federation. And they were saying, yeah, we can do tokens and we are regulated and we can actually work with Wall Street, and Ethereum is just for degens and for these use cases which are not legitimate. But you know what? It turned out that Wall Street, which was the target audience for Liquid, also has degens who don't like regulations. These people wanted to use something with the least amount of permission possible. And they wanted to do stuff just by hiring a bunch of nerds and bypassing all the existing laws and regulations, which honestly is a lot more punk rock than a lot of what we have seen in Bitcoin, where people are preemptively trying to comply. Now, I'm not gonna shit on companies and projects that basically did their best to stay alive, but a lot of them did not even wait for these laws to exist. They just got this hunch that something's gonna happen, this tide of change is gonna hit them. So preemptively, they hired some lawyer who advised them that they should be doing this in advance before there's any framework that tells them how to do it. And of course, the more they regulated themselves, the worse the actual regulations became. Because when the government stepped in, they were like, yeah, so these guys are doing it like this. Let's make it much worse. And today, to be honest, I see how in Europe, where I live, the amount of businesses accepting Bitcoin is diminishing, mostly because of something that's called MiCA, which is a framework for basically an adaptation of the travel rule, which you have in the US. And for a lot of companies that were accepting Bitcoin as payment, it became too much of a headache. They have to get a license, they had to lawyer up, and basically every transaction needs to have a justification, like a story. Where does the money come from? And most users don't want to deal with that. They don't want to expose where they actually got their Bitcoin. And most merchants don't want to deal with that either. So what we actually saw was that the adoption of Bitcoin diminished across Europe. And then, of course, there's the virtue signaling that, okay, you can use it in the jungle of Costa Rica. You can use it on the beach of El Salvador. You can use it, where else? In Argentina or something. Or the Middle East. But once again, when you see in day-to-day life that places that used to accept Bitcoin, were very open to Bitcoin, are starting to not take it anymore as means of payment, it's very hard to think that you're winning. And your only cope is that there's another part of the world in which probably you're not going to move, which is more friendly for the time being, because at some point they're going to want to get money from the World Bank. They're going to be accepting of some sort of CBDC from a larger nation state, like a superpower. And they're just going to say, yeah, sure, do that. As long as we're in good relations with this larger nation state, we're just going to comply. And that sucks. And if Bitcoin scaled fast enough to get adoption, to get that critical mass, and I know this is a fallacy in Eric Voskill's book, which is called Crypto Economics, which argues that there are lots of things which have a lot of adoption and they're still illegal, like drugs or whatever. Just because more people use them doesn't mean that the governments will allow them to exist. But it seems like Bitcoin had the right momentum for a few years, and it kept becoming more accepted as means of payment, and then sort of lost the plot, and we just accepted that maybe that the store of value should come before the medium of exchange. And then the governments just regulated the medium of exchange part to the point where you pay more taxes, you have to do more accounting. It's just more difficult around the board, and most people just gave up. Now, the best way to pay with your Bitcoin, ironically, is to use the Visa network. So basically use these services where they take your Bitcoin, they give you a debit card, and you spend the Bitcoin on that custodian with them on the Visa network. And they say, yeah, but it doesn't have KYC or whatever, but still, it feels like defeat. Long rant.
Yeah, well, somewhere along the way, the counterculture became subverted. I don't know when it happened. I wish I did, but it became subverted and it's turned into a tech stock. And you said something. You said Wall Street is the target audience. That's exactly it. This is Wall Street is the target. They don't actually care about the digital autonomy of the average person using peer-to-peer cash. That's not even on their radar. All they're caring about is margins, and they want to make a profit during this quarter and all that crap. So it's a real problem where Bitcoin right now is viewed by a lot of different people as snake oil, or in cryptocurrency in general. There's a lot of just like snake oil, and I don't blame that designation. Like a lot of cryptocurrency is just scammy. Like it's a very rotten scene. Like you have these things pumping that are just absolute nonsense. In Monero, we dealt with the whole cubic situation, and they were talking about this AI that's going to change the world. It's a Twitter bot that can't even add. It can't even do math. You ask it 3 + 3, it says 84. It's like, and people are throwing their life savings at this. It's like, what is happening here? But this is what cryptocurrency is. It's people trying to get rich and trying to make money, right? Now, regarding regulations, yeah, they're going to get worse. They're not going to get better. You mentioned MiCA, for example, and this is actually going to find its way to the United States. They are going to go after any sort of non KYC exchange, any sort of wallet, for example, that isn't registered. You will not be able to self custody without registering that information. And the thing is, for people listening, we're going to be talking about different privacy stuff later on, but really the biggest threat against privacy right now is KYC. They collect so much metadata on people, and this is really the problem. And so with all these regulations pushing people towards KYC, it's only going to get worse, especially with digital ID looming in the background as well, which I think will happen within the next year or so, because it just seems inevitable at this point. And so, yeah, one other thing I want to say too is digital cash is under attack. It's really not just Bitcoin. It's not Monero. It's digital cash. This concept of being able to spend peer to peer what you want, when you want, how you want, etc., without that being logged. That is what is under attack. And so what the people who are attacking Bitcoin have done is they've changed the narrative, and they've changed it only into store value, right? Digital gold. They don't want people using Bitcoin they don't want people using Bitcoin in defiance of the state. And I think that's very recognizable if you have the perspective of a crypto anarchist.
Well, yeah. But to be fair, if you go back and you watch the documentary The Rise and Rise of Bitcoin, which I think is on YouTube, so you don't even have to get some subscription on one of these streaming services. You don't even have to pirate it from some Pirate Bay fork or whatever. You're gonna find it on YouTube. And there's this CEO from an exchange that's called Trade Hill. I wish I remembered his name, but he talks during an interview and he says, I'm not gonna go to jail for this. Like, if there's any regulation that I have to apply, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna accept KYC, AML. I'm gonna do whatever they ask me to. I'm not gonna go to jail for this. And to be fair, it's hard to judge him, but this was very early on, like 2013, 2014. And I think this has been the attitude of a lot of companies in the space, especially those in the US. Coinbase was famous for self-regulation in the sense that they did not even get some sort of order to do something, but they were preemptively getting blockchain analysis firms, and they were hiring some of the worst people to do it. And did they win in the long run? Only because of the ETFs. I think if they did not get this advantage, which by the way makes the whole market unfair and makes Coinbase a huge honeypot and a single point of failure for these ETFs, I guess Kraken or Gemini would pose more of a threat on the open market, on the free market. But there's not much of a free market. Coinbase sort of attracted this capital from institutions. And now we just live in a world where Coinbase and BitGo are the largest custodians of Bitcoin in the world. And I don't even know what this means. Like, if it's a big security risk or it's a big financial risk. I don't think we're gonna have another FTX or Mt. Gox moment with them, but still.
Well, the Mt. Gox moment will be Michael Saylor freaking losing money.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like that's gonna be funny. But regarding Coinbase, yeah, they had that KYC attack recently where This is the new way, by the way, to attack these companies. They bribe these people. So what they're doing, Coinbase and other companies, they outsource their work to like freaking India or whatever. And these people are making pennies on the dollar. And so they call up these senators and they're like, does anybody want to leak information? We'll give you like $100. And they literally got like $1,000 or something. Like, and he gave all this KYC information. The whole thing was ridiculous. And this is another reason why digital ID is inevitable, because like we're having all these situations where these companies are outsourcing their identification management, and it's always a disaster. There's another thing with Discord recently, same thing. They had a whole ransomware attack because their third party that they hired got hacked. Yeah, you brought up to change the subject, you brought up the fact that some people don't want to fight back, and I completely agree. Like when the Samourai Wallet stuff first happened, there was a lot of Bitcoin companies that either folded or they said they were taking a break. And I'm not going to judge people for that, because this is serious stuff, and I treat cryptocurrency seriously. And it's like, listen, like you have families and stuff. This is not worth it, right? But we need projects that do fight back. And this is why I'm passionate about Monero, because Monero does fight back, and it's it's a project that I very much support because of that.
Yeah, so I agree. I think Bitcoin has a big cultural problem with this because I think last year was horrible for privacy all across the board. You had, actually, it was 2 years ago that the Tornado Cash developers were arrested. And then I remember I was moderating a panel in Riga at the Baltic Honey Badger. And Max Hilbrand, who at the time was CEO of Wasabi Wallet, told me something along the lines of, the same cannot happen to us because we're not selling a token. And his understanding of the situation was basically that Tornado Cash went to jail because they were making a lot of money off of their mixing service, which is not true and turned out to be not true. And the next year they came for Samourai Wallet, which, to be honest, I think they came for them because of their speech and because of the way that they were approaching people on Twitter, saying that they can mix money for Russian oligarchs or whatever. So it was speech. It was nothing concerning the service itself, because the Wasabi guys just scattered. They were like, okay, we're closing the company. It was fun while it lasted, but we're not going to fight for this. But the worst response is not from these companies, which were directly targeted. Everyone basically acted upon their survival instinct. The worst response came from the community, which did not care. They're like, oh, they're shutting down these services. We're not going to have any more privacy on Bitcoin. Okay, the number's going up. We're getting ETFs. Let's cheer for Larry Fink. So much inflows. Oh, look at this. Oh, 100K, 110K, 120K, 125K. Who cares? Oh, we don't have privacy anymore. Oh, Alex Gladstein just said the other day that a lot of the early Bitcoiners moved their coins to institutions and they don't self-custody anymore. Who cares? This is a stonk. Make as many dollars as you can before the ship sinks. I think this is sort of the mentality. And in contrast, you look at the Ethereum people and how they treat Alexei and also, what's his name? The other guy from Tornado Cash. Roman, yeah. Alexei and Roman. They're heroes. They treat them just like in Bitcoin we treat Ross Ulbricht, maybe. But even in the case of Ross Ulbricht, we saw how a bunch of assholes said, well, he's not pure enough for us because he said multiple blockchains are good, so he should go back to jail. I did see some of these messages, and the culture, for lack of a better word, is fucked. Because in Ethereum, they actually send money to these people, they help them fight, they support them in court, they make sure that this is not going to be a terrible precedent for privacy, and they run campaigns to make it look like, hey, the average person is not a criminal. And people use privacy because they have legit reasons. These are public blockchains. Even their neighbor can watch what they're doing. It's not just about government. It's also about interactions between people. And it's just horrible that in Bitcoin we did not fight for that, and people just forgot about it, and then they moved on to the next thing. And Ethereum, which we make fun of them for being funded by JP Morgan and for having that huge pre-mine and for having this culture which has governance and they're more open to collaborating and lobbying, they actually turned out to be better cypherpunks, and they actually fought for their own. And they put their reputation behind this statement that privacy is important, it's for everyone, and it's worth fighting for. Just a second, Xenu. I think there's an audio issue on your end, and I'm gonna fix it. It's this weird OBS glitch. Try again. Try again. I swear I'm not sabotaging this. I do want to hear you.
Check.
You're
I
back.
love. Okay. Cool. I lost my train. Oh yeah, Ethereum. Yeah. So, yeah, Ethereum. I mean, they were the real deal. I mean, like, I think they're underrated as being cypherpunks. I really do. And during the whole Tornado Cash trial, it was very frustrating. I remember it was like in the middle of the trial, and things were like there's a lot of tension. And I went to the crypto media. It was Coin Telegraph or whatever, and their headline is about Donald Trump Jr. talking about crypto. They're not even talking about Ethereum. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this is a landmark case. Why the hell are you not covering it? Of course, I followed the Rage. Shout out, great publication. They're doing amazing journalism over there. And you know what? They brought up the point that the Ethereum people really donated to them, and I'm not surprised. I mean, they really did care about this case, and this is a landmark case, which unfortunately didn't really have a conclusion. I cover this on my podcast every week, and it was just like very frustrating because I thought we could get it, but the jury, I think, did a fair job, but the laws are just not in our favor. They're basing all of this off of stuff that was made in like 1964 or something. It's very, very frustrating to look at from the modern day perspective. So yeah, it's been some horrible year or two for privacy, with the Tornado Cash stuff being kind of a split decision. Still probably going to go onwards. Like, we're probably still going to see them face those charges again because it was a mistrial. And also with Samourai Wallet, you brought up the fact that they took the plea, and I agree with you. Like, they probably took the plea because their lawyer said, "Listen, you guys have some messages that make you look very bad." Like, and because during the Tornado Cash trial, if you guys were watching it, one of the things that really hit Roman hard was the fact that he wore a T-shirt that was a laundry machine with the Ethereum logo, and that was like used to slander him. And the problem with the Samourai Wallet guys is they were they were a lot more vocal and direct. Okay, those guys did not give a fuck, right? So yeah, that would have really nailed them in court. I mean, you put that in front of a jury, and it's just like, I don't know, man. So yeah, it sucks because the Samurai Wallet guys, they really were helping Bitcoin out a lot with privacy. It was a very strong, a very, very rebellious culture that unfortunately was lost because of this, because a lot of those people just kind of migrate over to Monero afterwards. So the other thing I want to bring up too, so we were talking all about all these donations and stuff, and isn't it so interesting that
Yeah. Some people said that your audio was gone. I think it's a weird glitch in OBS. Just a second. Try again.
Check 1 2. Check.
Yeah,
Hello,
so
hello.
I'm really sorry. Basically, what he said, or
That was a good
you
rant,
can say
too.
it again. Sorry.
Okay. Well, from where? The beginning? I could repeat the whole thing, I guess.
Yeah, so you were saying about Michael Saylor that he doesn't
Michael Saylor.
care about
Yeah.
this.
So he like Michael Saylor, like he's worshipped as this like CEO of Bitcoin, right? Like he's looked at as this as the face of Bitcoin. Why is he not donating for any of these cases? Why is he not supporting the Samourai Wallet guys? Why is he not getting them the best team that money could buy? And the answer is because he doesn't care about peer-to-peer cash. All he cares about is getting rich. And it's very frustrating because like this is the direction that Bitcoin is headed. It's really Michael Saylor is a reflection of Bitcoin today. That's what it is. The peer-to-peer cash has been put to the side, and the focus is on number go up and only number go up. And I get that there's importance with number go up, but this is a problem.
Yeah, there's someone in the chat who basically said hands up the table. I swear I did not mute you. It's just this OBS glitch which for some reason switches inputs. It goes from basically the browser, which we use for the call, to Firefox, which is the other browser which I have open. I don't know why it's doing this, but I'm gonna pay attention to it during this interview. What I want to add to what you said is that I can confirm that there was this rumor that was started by Matt Odell that one of the ETFs wanted to give like a percentage of their profits to Bitcoin Core developers, and Michael Saylor got involved directly to stop this from happening. And in the beginning it was denied, but then Michael Saylor sort of doubled down and said, well, just imagine these guys had unlimited money to tinker with Bitcoin and think about new ways to make it more efficient, to add new features. And she's like, don't mess with my money. Don't touch it. It's perfect as it is. Don't make it more private. Don't make it more efficient, because who needs that? I'm trading this on the balance sheet of exchanges and then ETFs and whatever. So that's completely unnecessary for someone like him. And what he really needs is just a piece of software that barely works and gets the job done. And that's pretty much the extent of it. And he put a lot of money into this. Bitcoin is not a proof of stake project. So having more coins does not mean that you're gonna get more influence. But at the same time, it sort of matters. People put a lot of weight into this and they say, well, this person invested this amount of money into the network, and therefore we should not upset him. We should not do anything to make him go or make him sell his bags or make him angry at all. We want him to be this poster boy, this advocate, this speaker to institutions and whatever it is that he does on a regular basis. And so far it worked. People got rich, but there is, I think, a plateau. There's a limit to this number go up. And once we do hit the limit of this price discovery, not only that, we're going to have a bear market, which is inevitable because markets work in cycles, but we're also going to have a very strange existential crisis where we look at ourselves and we're like, okay, what did we really accomplish over the last 10 years? Did we make Bitcoin scale better? Not really. Did we find hacky ways to improve it? Yes, but could we make them better? Of course. Like if we had something as basic as Opcat or CTV, a lot of developers could build layer 2s that are much more efficient than what we have today. There would be no necessity for me to participate in a Citrea ceremony because they could launch in a way that's not requiring any kind of trust, which would be very beautiful. But once again, we have these layer 2s which are going to be launching, but the question is, under the current culture and given how people use Bitcoin or don't use it at all, if they're going to be jumping to these second layers to actually try them. That's the biggest bet, because devs work on cool stuff, they build something, and then the users have been indoctrinated to not use Bitcoin. And the only acceptable way of using it is with Lightning, which a large percentage of it is custodial. and it sort of defeats the purpose. And I do believe that much of it was a psyop to get Bitcoiners to accept custodians and get used to the idea that, okay, it doesn't work any other way, and this is efficient, this works, nobody ever stole from me, so why should I care too much about it? And it really sucks. And to be honest, I find it refreshing that in other altcoins, you find some of the spirit from Bitcoin 10 years ago, or Bitcoin 15 years ago, or whatever. And people just build, and they're like, yeah, let's experiment with new tech. Let's make this work. Let's take this technology that was given to us by Satoshi and see what the limits of it are. Like, okay, we can accept that Bitcoin is digital gold or whatever, the store of value. But what about enabling anyone to make payments in a way that actually scales and is actually intuitive and doesn't cost a lot and broadcasts faster and confirms faster? Like, that's actually interesting. And if maybe 5 years ago, with the Lightning Network being more promising, it seemed like a pointless effort because I truly believed that Litecoin was gonna, not Litecoin, Lightning was gonna be it. But it never happened, and it's good to update, to constantly look at what the market is telling you and understand whether or not something is happening. Because if you stick too much to a dogma and you believe that something is going to happen even if there is no sign that's pointing towards it, it becomes dangerous. And it's really good to look at your options out there. Last year, when I returned from Nashville after that conference where people were lining up and waited from 7 in the morning until 4 p.m. or something just to see Donald Trump, and most of them did not. And then Trump got on stage and was such a major letdown. He was speaking about anything else except for Bitcoin. And the day before, we had RFK, who was still running for president at the time, and he basically kissed our asses and also gave us like a rim job, talking like he's on a Bitcoin podcast and he got orange pilled and whatever. Like, it felt so weird to hear these words from the mouth of someone who obviously knows nothing about it, doesn't care much about it, and is just trying to get our sympathy or whatever. And I just realized that the climate has changed so much. Like, I was used to a different kind of Bitcoin event and conference, and suddenly I was there, and it felt like the revolution that I thought I was a part of turned into the mainstream, or the mainstream took over the revolution. And that's when you have to ask yourself, what's my point here? Like, am I really better than these people at saying this stuff? Of course, I know more than they do, but they have more people listening to them. And then what's the point? Because where I find sanity in Bitcoin is these layer 2s and the BitVM stuff. I think BitVM is the greatest thing that ever happened to Bitcoin over the last few years. Without it, we would be kind of lost and fighting and talking about other forks. With it, we at least have some hacky ways to add more features to Bitcoin and have different ways to use this supply of 21 million coins, of which we have like 19 point something million so far. But I digress. I wish I could be more optimistic about it. I wish there was a lot happening that makes me bullish, but I see a lot of idealistic developers, and I love them. I'm happy that they're doing this, but I just don't see the culture like they have in Ethereum, for example, to actually try it and give it the benefit of the doubt and say, let's see ways in which this can help us achieve the goal. People are just lazy and complacent, and they just watch the number go up, and that's the extent of their involvement. They don't want to try new tech. They don't want to hear about new tech, except for maybe the listeners of this podcast, because I like to think that I have some very smart people listening, and every time I attend events, I realize that, this person who does something interesting in the space is actually a regular, and it's really an honor. Just a second. You're once again having issues. Try again. Still not. Oh, I don't know how we're gonna do this, but okay, try again. Still not. It's an OBS kind of issue.
Maybe I rejoin the call.
Okay, you're fine now. No, it's OBS, and if I do
Okay.
close OBS, I'm gonna stop the stream, and I don't want to do that. So basically,
Gotcha.
I'm gonna have to check your settings every time.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's become this thing where politicians are using Bitcoin just to get votes. They don't actually care about Bitcoin. They don't know what open source means. They probably have never heard the phrase free open source software in their entire lives. They don't care about this, right? They see Bitcoin and it's a way to vote for them. And we're now seeing in America, at least, this divide between Republicans and Democrats, where Republicans like tacitly support Bitcoin. I don't know. And Democrats don't. And that's like the new like stance that they have. The whole thing is very silly. It reminds me of the whole shit show with Dennis Porter that happened recently. Did you did you see that? This is a classic.
Yeah, so basically he had big news, which turned out to be that some candidate for governor of California, who is a Democrat, is willing to support Bitcoin.
That was it. It was great. He worked that up too for like an entire week. He said like the things will never be the same. All caps, of course. These are tweets. Things will never be the same. Bitcoin gonna change forever. No, it's just like a campaign announcement. Like this is the modern day Bitcoin for these people. It's shilling to politicians who don't care about that, who don't care about Bitcoin, who don't care about peer-to-peer digital cash, right? It's a very rotten industry right now, and it's attracting vultures. Vultures like Michael Saylor. You know, we were talking Michael Saylor, and this is a guy. He was interviewed on a podcast, and he said, "Yeah, I don't think that people should have their Bitcoin on exchanges. It's a outdated concept. The digital energy of Bitcoin preserves the network. We don't need these exchanges." Like he's saying all this crap, but he's implying that we actually don't need to have self custody. We should just give everything to exchanges. I mean, that's freaking absurd. And he said that, right? And so the next day, Twitter kind of blew up. There are people who respond to him. And then he said an apology and all was forgiven. Like no one cared after that. It's like, are you serious? This is a guy who's like literally like the main event of the Bitcoin conferences. And this is a guy who literally was saying, yeah, I don't think we should have self-custody for Bitcoin anymore. It's an ancient, it's a relic of the past. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You know, like who told you that you had authority over us? Absolutely disgusting. And then afterwards, for New Year's, this guy had a fucking party at his like mansion, his estate. It was like this what was it? It was like the Bitcoin 100,000 party or some fucking shit like that. And he role played as the Great Gatsby for the weekend, showing everybody his mansion. Absolutely disgusting behavior.
And he's gonna do it again this year. But to be fair, I think that whole statement about self-custody and the fact that we should all just keep our coins on exchanges was him testing the water to see, okay, where is this community really at? Like, what if I say this? Will anyone actually agree with me, or is it too early for this? Or should I maybe try to push it slowly as more institutions get in and the regulations get more harsh for people who self-custody and want to make payments out of their own nodes or something? And then, of course, people don't care. They went to his party. All the people who pretended to call him out, they were like, oh, I got invited to this. Let me put on my nicest clothes and take pictures and say that we're saving the world and making it a better place with sound money and the money of the people and whatever it is that they LARP about. But yeah, it's disgusting. I don't blame them for trying to make a living in this space. It's actually hard. My front light actually died. I'm gonna fix it. It's actually hard to make a living in this space, and it's very hard to adapt, to be honest. Like, you have to constantly accept the new thing. And the new thing sometimes goes against the principles that brought you into the space. And what's going to happen then? You have to choose between basically standing up for what you believe in or adapting to keep earning a paycheck in the space. I'm super happy and fortunate that I got canceled last year and I was able to build from there and basically pick up the pieces and see where I'm going from there, because I don't have to deal with these crazy people anymore. Basically, they're just talking heads on Twitter, and that's pretty much it. And I went to some of their conferences this year. Some of them smiled at me and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry for you, blah, blah, blah." I think that was unfortunate, but I'm actually happy. It was the best outcome ever. The worst news is that for the average podcaster or whatever, if they don't have the willingness to fight back or the resilience, they're just going to get eaten alive and they're going to have to disappear because they don't appeal to the cult, which, by the way, does not care about them. They're just a face in the crowd. And then once they do have the courage to ask the questions that are uncomfortable for the whole community, they get excommunicated and they have to figure out their own way from there. And it's kind of nice. That's also when I started my portfolio of privacy coins, and I realized that there has to be more to this, and there has to be a future for these payments, and there can be no future for peer-to-peer payments without privacy. And it's going to be the next big narrative. And part of it turned out to be true, but so the extent of the adoption is still underwhelming to a degree, but good enough. Like what I've been seeing over the last couple of months is sort of encouraging. We see DeFi platforms integrating privacy, and the people that we sort of hated for being annoying or for being exceedingly regulated, they seem to also integrate some sort of privacy features, which is encouraging. But once again, this is not happening on Bitcoin. Wait. Someone actually said that it's so convenient that the host has so-called obvious problems. Maybe I should update the software. Can you try again?
Okay.
Yeah,
check.
you're back.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the litmus test for a Bitcoin supporter is how they feel about Michael Saylor. I think that I'm going to draw the line, okay, at Michael Saylor. If you are on board with this guy, you're the problem, okay? Get out. Out. You could have your own Bitcoin. We don't want you anymore. You know what I mean? The Moon Boys have gravitated to this guy and they've taken over Bitcoin. It's a 51% attack on the soul of Bitcoin, is really what it is. Yeah, I mean, regarding privacy coins, now I actually have a bone to pick with that. I don't like the phrase privacy coin. I think these are just cryptocurrencies. And some cryptocurrencies implement privacy better than other projects, you know, because you can argue that Bitcoin is a privacy coin. You can argue Ethereum is a privacy coin based on things that you can do with those different projects. And I would agree with that. In fact, they're probably the most used by volume, just by virtue of them having the network effect and stuff. That being said, though, I do agree that there is this kind of recognition, this growing recognition that privacy is an issue with crypto. People have now finally figured out, like, okay, yeah, the transparent blockchain, this probably can't be, peer-to-peer cash in the future. We probably should fix this. So it's a nice thing that these different projects are getting this attention. And obviously Monero is getting this attention, Zcash lately as well. And I think that's a really positive thing. We need to be focusing on this. And we need to be focusing on usage. That's really for me, that's the most important thing. Actual usage statistics. What are these merchants reporting? What are these websites reporting, right? The data that they're getting. And what we're seeing in general is a lot of people are using stable coins. A lot of people are. And a lot of people are using Bitcoin on the base layer. They're not using Lightning Network. No, they're using Bitcoin on the base layer. Monero is punching way above its weight on all these websites, such as CoinCards, for example. And we're seeing people are using cryptocurrency, but it's nowhere near the use case of number go up. And this is just the problem that we have right now with cryptocurrency. People just want to get rich. And it is what it is. Like buying cryptocurrency to get rich, it's a use case. I'm not going to say you can't do it, but we need to have some perspective here. Like, why are we here? You know what I mean?
I do hear a lot of people when I tell them that I like privacy projects, they're like, yeah, but would you save in them for 10 years? And I'm like, but why? I mean, of course, maybe. Maybe I would. Maybe I would keep a percentage of my quote unquote portfolio in them, but at the same time, they're meant to be used. They were created to function as cash. Oh, you sent me a message. Let me check that. Oh, okay. It's fine. I will rant by myself and also present the sponsors, and you can come back whenever you finish. You need a bathroom break. It actually appeared on the screen so people can read that. But anyway, someone asked in the chat, who was this? It was Sir Jamsalot who says, where XMR chat? I like the show. I wanted to send some Montenegros. You can do that on the show that Xenu is doing. I don't want to receive anything. I'm already sponsored. And by the way, let me plug the sponsors until Xenu comes back, because I feel like it's unfair to talk while he's not here. So first of all, let's talk about SideShift, which is the swapping service where I think the best use case is to use the stable coins that you receive as payment from people and swap them for something that you might actually want more, like BTC, like LTC, like the Melania meme coin if you're into that, whatever. They have low fees, they have pretty good liquidity, and it's such a cool service with a nice user experience, which, by the way, is also integrated into other wallets like, I think, Edge Wallet and also Trezor Suite. They have that hardware wallet interface where you can swap. It has lots of integrations. It's really cool. I think if you go to something that's very popular in Montenegro, which is called Trocador, they also showed the rates on SideShift. And it's maybe one of the most popular ones and the ones with most liquidity. Check it out. It's SideShift, which is SIDESHIFT.ai. And thank you, SideShift, for sponsoring. There's also noonce.com, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace headed by Ray Youssef. If you go back a couple of episodes, you're going to see Ray flexing his muscles and saying, yeah, that he's fighting against the forces of evil, and he has 5 years to get back and save the world from the CBDCs and the surveillance that's coming. And the way in which he wants to do this is with the peer-to-peer marketplace that he built, which is called Noonce. And Noonce is focused on the global south, the people who need these coins the most, the people who don't have any time to virtue signal about doing anything, and they don't have any investment portfolio because they're hustling. And they're trying to feed their families, they're trying to actually find a use for Bitcoin, for Monero, and a lot of the coins that they have listed on Noonce outside of speculation. And it's really cool. I do resonate with the mission, and I do like that they have this peer-to-peer exchange for coins, for gift cards. They also have a spot exchange. They also have a debit card that you can use for spending your coins if you're into that. And it's just really cool, and I'm proud of what Ray was able to accomplish. The URL is NOO, so NW, let me repeat that, NOONES.com. And thank you, Noonce, for sponsoring. There's also Bitcoin.com news, which, if you ask me, is one of the most balanced news websites out there, because they don't focus too much on institutions, like, for example, CoinDesk or Cointelegraph are doing nowadays, and they don't focus too much on US politics, like Bitcoin Magazine tends to do. And what I respect about Bitcoin.com news is that they report on a lot of interesting projects, which might be promising in the future. That's where I read, for example, for the first time about Caspa and the fact that people were mining it a couple of years ago. That's where I heard about Zano, which I do tend to like because it has the privacy of Montenegro, but also issues tokens, which I think is an interesting use case. And I also read about gold and about other markets which maybe are not covered on Bitcoin Magazine. So check out news.bitcoin.com. And last but not least, there is Layer 2 Labs, which is trying to build a drive chain, which basically is the ultimate vision for Bitcoin maximalism, which means that they want to build a sidechain for every interesting use case out there. They have an Ethereum sidechain, they have Z-Side, which is a Zcash fork that basically has privacy by default, and that one can be used for fungibility. They have something that's called Thunder, and that one is a big block fork of Bitcoin with prunable blocks. And it's interesting because it has the throughput and capacity of BSV, but on a layer 2 and with actual pruning, because it makes no sense to keep all the data on a layer 2. And they have lots of interesting stuff, and they're building even in times of trouble and noise and infighting and potentially civil war. Check out Layer 2 Labs. It's LAYERTWOLABS.com. And it's not just an idea, it's actual software that you can download today and run on your computer. It works on Mac, on Windows, and also Linux. And James Kavanaugh says that Xenu is taking long. It turns out to be right. Okay. Oh, he's back. That's so good. So convenient. Just a second. You're cut off again. I need to make the switch. You're back. You should.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I should update OBS or something. This hasn't happened to me before, and I'm in the middle of a stream. There's no way I can actually stop this.
Yeah. That's a nightmare. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Just edit it and post. It's all good. No hard feelings. I've been there where you're live. I've been DJing before and I've had to make some adjustments on the fly. Yeah, it is.
Still there?
Yep.
Okay. So I think this is a very nice transition into the main event of our conversation, which is Zcash against Sombrero, which Sombrero is very popular and Zcash is getting a lot of traction after a series of conferences and some integrations with DeFi and the technology that's actually finally mature, because in previous bull markets, if you look at the shielded adoption, it wasn't really happening. And the community in the Romero project were saying that it's not a serious privacy project. Now, more than 1/3 of the supply of coins is actually shielded, and it's easier than ever to actually use the privacy features. And it seems like it's finally a mature technology. And the reason why we're doing this is that I rage quit Monero a couple of weeks ago.
No, you didn't.
There was this guy who basically said he's going to break my legs. And to be honest, I do have to explain that I've learned from Bitcoin that a lot of these people, if you just give them a platform and you enable them and you just make it normal that they act in this way, they're just going to become more vocal and more powerful within the community. And it's just going to go south from there. So maybe take this as a warning. Maybe you call me a pussy or whatever. I don't care. But what I'm trying to say is that we should not normalize this kind of behavior, because I got into this space with the idea that we're doing this non-violent revolution and we're using the markets as the mechanism to determine who wins and who loses. Whether we like it or not, it's the markets that decide in the end, whether or not we're moon boys or whatever. And there is some merit to the resilience of a lot of projects, because the Bitcoin maximalist narrative is that everything is 90-something% down against BTC. But this also means that altcoins get abandoned and developers just jump from one hype train to the other, trying to find their moon bag, which, to be honest, was not the case with Milongo, and was not the case with Zcash, and was not the case with Dash, and was not the case with Litecoin. and maybe Nano and a bunch of others which still have people working on them, still have a market that accepts them, still are making improvements towards being better digital cash. And I gotta give credit also to the Bitcoin Cash side of the debate, which I have ignored for a long time, but it seems like they were not as stupid as people like Jimmy Song or Tone Vase or whoever was very popular in 2017 were telling me. Like, the narrative about Bitcoin Cash is that they're illiterate and stupid and incapable of understanding the technical complexities of what a block size increase actually entails. But they're not stupid. They're not nihilists. They're not like the BSV loonies who basically said, why care about decentralization? Let's just take this to a gigameg. So all of these projects actually made some interesting progress, and Bitcoin sort of stagnated, and we got Taproot, which is the most boring upgrade ever, even though some nerds will swear by it. And right now we're stuck, and people talk about ossification, and it's becoming boring for people like myself who are also technologists of sort, and they want to see the latest improvements in cryptography and computer science being implemented. What do you think about this? And at some point we should be adversarial. Like, I feel like we agreed a lot in this interview. Just a second. You're very friendly, especially since I sort of messed up with this, and I hope people can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm generally a friendly person. Like, I think my Twitter account has a reputation in some cases. Like, I'm really just, in general, in person, like, I'm very friendly. But, like, I guess I got my shield up, being from, like, 4chan. I guess my 4chan days has hardened my internet skin or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, like, regarding the threats of violence against you, like, that's ridiculous. Like, I wouldn't take that seriously. There are people out there, Monero, who have different opinions, and that's totally fine. And the thing is, like, Monero, I consider it a digital commodity. Anybody has access to it. One reason I'm so passionate about Monero is because anybody with a computer can mine it. It's open source. It's available to everybody. I think that's a very beautiful thing. And because of this, Monero doesn't have like a political opinion. So there are going to be people who gravitate towards it who have different opinions than you. Um, in my opinion, the kind of the extremist side of Monero is more of a reflection of just society in general. I think more people use Monero, so it's more likely you're going to find those types of people. And this is how I feel. Monero is just used a lot. The other day, literally, I think it was 2 days ago, Monero was actually name dropped by Nick Fuentes on one of his streams. That's a big deal. And I know this guy's going to be very controversial for some people, but he's probably one of the fastest risers amongst, political thinkers in the United States. This guy's a big deal. He's going to be a big name. And I would argue he's bigger than Charlie Kirk in terms of his influence. And he name dropped Monero like on the stream the other day as a sound project that he thinks is interesting. This is what we're seeing. So, again, violence is bad. Okay, so I'm sorry on behalf of the Monero community. That's terrible. Okay, we don't support that. And that's inexcusable. It's not even funny, really. But the thing is, yeah, if you go looking for crazy people on the internet, you're gonna find those crazy people, right? So, like, if I want to see like abhorrent opinions about computer privacy, I will go on Reddit and look up the latest news article about like COVID or something. Just feel like, how do these people even exist? Like, what are these people even doing, right? Now, yeah, regarding Zcash, so to your point, yeah, Zcash has improved lately. I'm not gonna lie, they're doing some cool things. There's a lot of things I don't like about Zcash, and that's where we can get into it on that front. I want to get into it because I'm supposed to hate you, right? So we got to get more hatred through our veins, I guess. But no, I mean, like, Zcash, they've done some good things lately in terms of them promoting Zashi. I think that's a good thing because Zashi has built-in privacy. But I gotta be honest with you, man. It is inexcusable that it is not a milestone for them to go 100% shielded Zcash. I don't know why they're not doing it. I have some suspicions, but I'm not going to say it here.
No, say them.
But
That's why we're here.
I think they're being cucks. I think they don't want to get regulated. It's obvious to me. And you know what? This is the test for me. If they go full shielded, I'm actually pretty into Zcash at that point. That's pretty cool to me. But they're not going to do it. You know, they just released this Zashi wallet. They hyped it up. They love this wallet, calling it very private. And I see a Zach XBT Twitter thread breaking down how every Zashi wallet has a transparent Zcash address attached to it. So even if you do the near intent swaps, it's linked to your same address, and you can actually trivially link transactions just by that measure. Highly troubling to me because this has been promoted as being perfectly private, like the Z to Z transactions. It's actually not.
Well, but that's
So,
a near intense issue. It doesn't concern the Zcash network per se. Or you can argue that the way in which they simplified privacy for Zashi, where they use the same transparent address for your account, that's terrible. And I can agree with it. And they did say that they're going to add rotating
yeah.
public addresses.
Oh, I mean, that has to be fixed. But like, one thing I dislike about this though is you have this concept of perfect privacy, where I think people think that privacy is an on or an off switch, which it's not. It's a fluid situation. And with Zcash, I have to repeat this. It's highly troubling that on their roadmap, they are not moving towards 100% shielded only. They have to do that to be taken seriously by me. I don't know what else to say. Like, that is the goal, really, to have fungible digital cash. That's what Monero is doing. That's what Monero has been doing, right? Even without full chain membership proofs. So I find
Just a second, you cut off again. And it's not my fault, I swear. Let me make you hearable once again. Can you try?
Yeah, check. One,
Okay,
two.
they lost you for like 5 to 10 seconds, and I cut this. You said that it's unfortunate that they allow so many transparent transactions.
Yeah, so Zcash allows these transparent transactions, right? It's part of their protocol. And what you can do is you can correlate those transactions to shielded transactions through basic timing analysis. This is a problem. And the thing about usage of cryptocurrency is that people who are using cryptocurrency for darknet markets, for example, they're retarded. Okay, they don't know what they're doing. They're just people. They're like literally your mechanic down the street. Okay, this is why I find darknet markets so fascinating, because these are markets where people don't want to use cryptocurrency, but they need to use cryptocurrency. Okay, these markets would not exist without cryptocurrency, and they're using Monero because it's just very simple. You just use Monero, right? With Zcash though, it's better now because you can go funnel people through the Zashi wallet. That's better. I agree with that, but that's still confusing to people. I guarantee you, there will be people who think Zcash is private and they will withdraw from a KYC exchange a T address and then send that to something they're not supposed to send to. That's going to happen a lot because people do not understand what they're getting themselves into when they're using cryptocurrency. They're not studying the tech. They don't read the white papers. They don't listen
I don't
to
disagree with you there, but at the same time, even in the case of Monero, you have some UX quirks, like generating sub addresses and making sure that you're not receiving payments to the same sub address, and also that you're paying from a certain sub-address to make sure that you're not revealing your main account. I mean, there are still some quirks that you need to understand to follow through to be sure that your privacy is pristine. I'm not saying that it's as bad as sending from a transparent address, thinking that you're actually benefiting from privacy, but still, I think the tech stack of Monero, oh god, I said it, Montero, is actually a bit old, and it's bound for major improvements, and maybe that full chain membership proofs are gonna bring that. But also, there's gonna come a time, and we have to be very cognizant of it, when maybe quantum computers are gonna become a reality, and this can mean potentially that what we know today as obfuscated by ring signatures and self addresses and all of this tech stack that's available on Monero is gonna become visible just like on Bitcoin. So we're gonna have to face a future where a copy of a full node today is gonna be completely transparent to anyone who wants to understand what happened. And maybe that it'll be so far into the future that we're not going to care, but still, it's an issue that can actually happen.
Well, here's the thing, Vlad. The biggest challenge facing privacy is KYC exchanges. So you're right. Monero can be broken by quantum computing. Absolutely. I'm not gonna argue against that. And it's very concerning. There's a lot of people talking about it. This is not something that's like not talked about. But we have to like keep moving forward, right? And we have to keep pushing. And the thing is like with Monero, we have a situation where we are moving forward with quantum computing. So we have full chain membership proofs, and we have this forward secrecy being innovated on, right? It's not perfect. Like I would love to like have a situation where we have this right now, but we don't. But here's the problem though. The problem is KYC. And this is the problem for not only Monero, it's for Zcash, it's for Bitcoin, it's for everybody. Because you're tying your identity to transaction data, and that transaction data is on a public blockchain. So this to me is really the big problem. And I'm gonna put this out there, like it's weird to me that Zcash is not facing the same scrutiny as Monero is. Like, why would that be? Like, to me, that seems kind of weird, right? Where Monero is constantly battling and being delisted from exchanges, but Zcash isn't. And to
Well,
like build
I
off
have an
that,
answer for that, and it's
yeah, sure,
actually much simpler than thinking of some sort of conspiracy. They spend a lot of money on lobbying. They
yeah,
actually talk to
yeah,
politicians. They try to tell them, yeah, this is not for criminals. This is for normal people who want to hide their money from their employer or from their neighbor or from the people to whom they make payments. And they also have this academic cover, right? Because they're working on something very avant-garde in terms of mathematics and cryptography, which is zero knowledge proofs, which they can argue that can be used for some other stuff too, and for banks and other types of technologies that or use cases. So they do have this lobbying aspect, which Monero does not benefit from, because I do want to go back and explain where Monero comes from and where Zcash comes from, because they're oh shit, I said Bolero by accident. Anyway, Monero is just a second before this, because you cut off again and I need to basically change the input. I'm gonna have to do this all the time and it sucks. And also, I do see the messages in the chat and I'm gonna acknowledge them and answer to all of them. I made a list of good questions. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out, though, one issue with Zcash is it hasn't faced these delistings because it's not being used on these darknet markets. And
I
once it
think
happens,
just a few months ago, Binance was gonna delist Zcash, and they actually had to run a campaign, and they put some pressure. And I think it was the Winklevoss twins, and I don't remember exactly which big accounts. I think it
well,
was.
what happens when Zcash is responsible for a $20 million payment to North Korea? You know, this is a different game,
It
and it
is,
will be
and I
targeted.
agree with that. But at the same time, I think they have much. They are in a much better position politically because of the money that they give to lobbyists like Coin Center to just say, well, it's for everyone, and this can happen and stuff like this. Like they're paying money to lobbyists to keep them out
They're
of
gonna
jail because the developers, unlike in the case of Bolero, they're fully doxxed and they live in the US, and if someone wants to arrest them, they're basically out there.
Well, speaking of that, actually, this brings me to a point. I was speaking to a friend of mine, Rucknium. Rucknium is a Monero developer. I'm actually friends with him. I talk with him every now and then. He told me he wanted to work on Zcash, and he was applying for it because he wanted to do analysis on, whatever thing that they have. And it turns out he couldn't actually apply to them because it demanded KYC. And I just wanted to point that that's kind of weird, right? Like, why would they demand KYC in a privacy project? It's kind of weird.
Well, yeah, because it's not like an open GitHub repo. Especially, I mean, there is if you just want to contribute, but if you want to get paid, you have to get hired by one of these companies that actually pay developers. And they do tend to have their own policy. If there was more of a grassroots movement within the community and there were a lot of contributions from this person, and at one point they said, well, we want to keep this person around contributing, I can see how they could find a workaround. But if he sought employment from one of these free companies that are building Zcash right now, I can see why they would have that kind of attitude.
I don't know, man. And for a privacy project, that's kind of weird to me.
I mean, when you think about it, even the guys from Wasabi Wallet, they had a company and they did have to sign contracts with the people working for them. And I know a bunch of them. I never had a contract with them, even if the Samurai guys accused me. I actually just had this sponsorship deal with the podcast, but never signed a contract. They were just supporting my show benevolently, like donating to it. And I do see a lot of these privacy projects having to deal with this. In the case of
Well, the thing,
Samurai
Vlad,
and
this
Wasabi,
is
is that they
some.
actually could open companies in the British Virgin Islands or whatever. But here we're talking about US companies building with US people and having to report to politicians maybe sometimes with these lobby groups that do try to minimize any potential impact that this can make.
No, see, the thing though is this is a major attack vector. Like, Zcash can be targeted. Like, well, it's not. So, okay, Zcash, the ticker ZEC. I figured out what this actually stands for the other day. It stands for the Zero Coin Electric Coin Company, right? ZEC. I thought it stood for Zcash. No, it's actually for the company, right? This for-profit company out there. And this is what you're buying, right? You're buying this like company token, right? And again, there's people working for Zcash that are probably great, that probably, are cypherpunks, probably people I would like. But this is a problem because the American government is pretty harsh against companies that don't do what they want them to do. And this is a major attack vector because, again, you have these researchers and these people working for a project who are all doxxed.
I think it's the same as Bitcoin versus Ethereum in this regard. Like, you can argue Ethereum has companies and a foundation and legal entities, and everyone is doxxed, and everyone, I think, is under some sort of contract to work on at least the core development and some of the projects related to it. Whereas in the case of Bitcoin, it's more grassroots and it grew from just people wanting to contribute, earning a reputation. And I used to hate Ethereum with a passion. I was saying, it's unfair. It has this pre-mine, it has this politics. But then I saw what they actually did during the Tornado Cash trials, and I saw how they actually scale Bitcoin. And I did not envision this previously. I was thinking, oh, it's just a horrible shitcoin. It's going to get replaced. But it does scale Bitcoin. 100,000 BTC is wrapped on Ethereum right now. And a lot of these ZK rollups that started out on Ethereum are coming back to Bitcoin. And the amount of money that they put into research and math and cryptography and just computer science in general has advanced the space by at least a decade. And of course, they started out as a very terrible idea that had no way of actually working. There's no way you could actually scale putting computation on chain. But they made it work. So they started from this impossible idea of, everyone telling them that it's not going to work. They hired academics. Of course, they had their shitty tokens and bad projects and failed layer 2s like Plasma. Nobody talks about that anymore. Or Raiden, which was their version of the Lightning Network. But in the end, they made it work. And I think the optics through which I see Zcash is, first of all, that it's a fork of Bitcoin. A fork of Bitcoin that added the zero cash protocol, which was proposed for Bitcoin back in 2013. And one that tried to make that zero cash protocol scale and remove that trusted setup. And I think they accomplished this, and they're pushing scaling further. On the other hand, Monero is... I actually have a list. I'm going to call it Murcielago this time, which actually is quite flattering. So Murcielago actually is reactionary to Bitcoin in the sense that if you look at the CryptoNote white paper, which was published by Nicholas van Saberhagen, he says that Bitcoin cannot work as designed because it has these inherent flaws and issues with fungibility. And it was always supposed to be a competitor to Bitcoin. It was meant to be sort of the version of Bitcoin that can be used in commerce with better privacy and the one that you can actually spend on dark markets. That's part of the spirit. And the fact that there was Bitcoin and then you had a community fork that eliminated the founder's reward or the pre-mine, whatever it was there, is just the spirit of the network. There were... what's the name for it? There were people who wanted to break away from the status quo from the very beginning, iconoclasts or whatever. And this is basically where the project started. In the case of Zcash, it was always academic, and it was always obvious that they want to do this for Bitcoin. And the reason why they have transparent addresses, I believe, is just because they wanted to prove to the Bitcoin community that their concerns about inflation bugs are not legit. The fact that later on they figured out that exchanges are going to list them, I think this is like a side effect of their initial intentions. But Zcash was always this research lab for Bitcoin. And it turned out that Ethereum used more of what Zcash built. And you could not have Tornado Cash or Railgun or these privacy protocols that use zero-knowledge proofs on Ethereum if it wasn't for Zcash. Today on Bitcoin, we have proposals like shielded client-side validation or ZK coins, which are trying to bring part of Zcash's technology onto Bitcoin, which is, once again, hacky and incomplete and not as elegant as just soft forking zero cash, but it's still an attempt. And I think ultimately, when we have this conversation and this debate about which one is better, I think we're sort of missing the picture of the intentions behind the projects and how they started out. Because honestly, and I am very involved in Zcash, but I don't see this as being the money, I see this as being the ultimate research team that is able to make what was previously considered to be purely theoretical into something that actually works in production code, which is something that they kept on shipping. If this actually ends up being the money and the one that we use in daily payments, that would be a very hilarious outcome. It would sort of be like Dogecoin in some ways, getting adopted. Because it was never meant to be that. It was meant to be something that is used for research. And of course, there are fights within the privacy communities. You see this even with operating systems on mobile. Like there are people who prefer graphene, and then you have the other people who prefer Calyx, and you're gonna find all sorts of arguments between them. It's sort of horrible in the sense that when you say to people that everything has trade-offs and you should not be using, or you should be waiting until it's perfect, which we're never gonna have because there's a constant battle between the KYC side or the blockchain analysis side and then the privacy side, and both of them are advancing pretty rapidly. I don't think we'll ever have the perfect privacy for anything. And even if we do have that, there's also the meat space aspect of it. Like maybe that the transaction itself is perfectly private, but then you have humans who communicate in order to make it happen. And that part is not going to be as private because people are bad at keeping secrets and they're going to tell someone about it, or they're going to talk on the phone about it, or I don't know. There's going to be something that's going to give away the fact that they did do that transaction. Or maybe that their chips are backdoored. So it doesn't matter that the software is protected as long as their keyboard or whatever part of hardware that's involved in the transaction is backdoored and compromised. So where was I going with this? It's important when we have conversations about this to first of all be understanding or cognizant of the origins of the projects and what their intentions are. And secondly, we should not be toxic to the extent that we turn people away from ever trying to use privacy, because you always have different layers and different types of adversaries. And for the most basic ones, which tend to be people in our lives who maybe are not very well-meaning towards our well-being in general, and they want to steal from us, or they want to dox us, or they want to use information about us in a bad way. I think these are the first adversaries. And then there's also the nation state aspect, which is debatable because not all nation states are using the same resources and not all of them are willing to go to the same lengths to trace one transaction. So it's very nuanced. I don't know if there's any definitive answer for any of this, but I do see how the two communities can be more, how should I put it? Not cooperative necessarily, but more productive in their debate, so that it's not just gotcha moments and they're like, you have the Israeli Department of Defense or whatever on the white paper of Zero Cash. This is the Zionist cash or whatever. Or look, Fluffy Pony is an informant to the Interpol or something because he got arrested and he said this about Monero. Like, this is such a low-hanging fruit. If you really wanted to have a debate that's technical, you could actually look at how stuff works. For example, the integration of near intents in Zashi is actually a good conversation, and there's something educational about the way these swaps actually work. Just a second, because your audio is cut off, and I need to fix it. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna make a video actually about the ZAC XBT thing. For Zcash, actually. I have Zcash fans for what it's worth. So, I think it's very important information, that vulnerability of using near intents. It's something that needs to be talked about.
Yeah, it's a DeFi integration. It's something that enables you to swap. What I do like about it, so I would not recommend it for swapping into Zcash because you're gonna be reusing that transparent address. But if you want to make payments out of the shielded pool, it's actually pretty cool. Because, for example, you can scan a QR code for Bitcoin or Litecoin or something else, or Ethereum, and it's gonna do the swap in the background, and it comes out of the shielded pool, and that's a lot more private.
That's the problem though, because you would actually reveal yourself if you do that.
How?
Because basically you would receive a refund transaction to your transparent Zcash address.
But why do you need a refund?
Because you're paying the near intents thing or whatever.
You cut off again. Let me fix this. Okay, you cut off at ZAC XBT. And I swear this is not on purpose. It just
No, it's
shitty
totally fine.
software.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, Zach XPT has a thread. Actually, we should probably pull it up. It would be better to just like, can we do that?
Can you share your screen, because I don't have Twitter on purpose on this laptop?
I would rather
because
not,
it's
to be honest with
distracting.
you.
How do I do this?
But,
let me search for the thread, and then I can take a screenshot and send it to my computer. That's the way in which I can make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, because I'm on my laptop, and
I'm also on my laptop, which I don't use for Twitter because it's distracting, and I try to use
That's
it for
how
work.
it is, huh? Yeah. Yeah, but basically, when you use the Zashi wallet, you are forced to use a unified transparent address. And that transparent address can be linked to future transactions you make, even if you are using shielded Zcash. And he figured that out pretty much immediately, which is a huge vulnerability.
That's not really how it works, because let's say that you withdraw from an exchange to your transparent address, and then you shield it, and then you wait a few days, because it's a good idea to wait and not pay the exact same amount that you shielded out of the anonymity pool. And maybe let's say that you're gonna make a transaction to Bitcoin using near intents, and it's gonna be half of your amount. If it's from the shielded pool, basically it's gonna subtract the fee. So what you're saying is that near intents works in a way that basically it transfers your shielded funds to your public address and then operates from the public address?
Yes, there's metadata that leaks that shows the transparent address. So I think we should pull this up, because this is intuitive, and it highlights something that I really want to like point out to people, is that like privacy is not an on or an off switch. It's something that we have to like constantly be fighting. And with Zcash, like I've been told, like this is 100% private. And that's just not the case. Like, there's always going to be ways to attack.
Well, you have to also understand that Zashi, the wallet, is not Zcash, the network. And if you're using the full node software, it's actually much better, except that it doesn't have this near integration.
Yeah, I mean, like,
and if you go to the near integration website, you actually get a much better experience in terms of privacy, as opposed to having an integration inside of an app. Like, there's a trade-off here between convenience and privacy. And maybe it's unfortunate that this is happening, but the way in which you present it is like me saying that if Cake Wallet has this feature, which does not grant you the greatest amount of privacy that you could have with a full node, like you share your view keys, I don't know, something, I would conclude that the Monero network is like that, which, to be fair, is not a good comparison. I think actually Edge Wallet keeps your view key.
There might be other wallets that do. The closed source wallets I don't trust for that reason, to be honest with you. But I will say though that like this vulnerability is not just me just dunking on Zcash. I literally was going to make a video about this because I have people who like my channel who are Zcash holders. Like, you know, the Zcash people who like me are speaking out because they're pissed off because they're being talked down upon. And this kind of comes back to the culture of Zcash, where it's kind of like elitist in a way. It's very like hoity-toity, like, oh, we're better than those other people who are dependent on darknet markets. Those people who are dependent on darknet markets, those are regular people. Okay? They're normal people. They're people who you see every day. So when you read stuff like that, it's like, who are you talking to? You know? You're insulting regular people.
Well, I read the response to this situation, and they're actually thankful, and they said, yeah, we're gonna take note of this and we're gonna improve it. Like, it wasn't the toxic response that I would see from Samourai Wallet, for example, like 3 years ago, when they would say, that's not true, our product is perfect. it's the fault of the user or something like this. They actually said, yeah, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna add rotating addresses and also improve the way in which the integration works to enable shielded addresses. Like, I agree that for now Zashi is not perfect, but you can use the full node, which is actually much better if your goal is to have the best privacy that's possible. And if you do want to use the near integration, you can go to their website and you can send out of your full node with shielded address, and they're gonna do the swap, and it's actually the much better experience from a privacy point of view. But it's not convenient. You don't have it on an app on your phone. Just a second, I need to fix your audio again. Mm-hmm.
You're going to have fun in post-production, man.
No, I'm going to leave it like this because I don't want people to think that the conversation was not organic or that I made you repeat some stuff on purpose or whatever. It's good to have context for why.
Well, yeah, it's hard to debate when I have to like lose my train of thought here. The problem with Zashi is that you're presenting it as perfectly private, and that's a big problem.
I don't think someone actually said that. Like, can you find a quote?
Okay. Well, I mean, from what I've seen on Twitter, Zashi is branded as shielded Z to Z. You're in the clear, kind of a situation, and that's not the case. When you're dealing with metadata that can be derived from T addresses, you're dealing with metadata, and that will be used against Zcash users. So I'm not surprised this vulnerability exists because, to be frank with you, Zcash probably wouldn't exist if it was fully Z to Z. Or it would exist, but it would not be on all these exchanges. So that's really what we're looking at here.
Well, yeah, but Bitcoin researchers would just accuse it of having inflation if it had Z to Z only. And when I interviewed Zuko, he actually said that he's happy that Pyrochain exists because it basically proves that there's no inflation in a Z only kind of situation. Like they can't make that design choice anymore.
Well, like why does that matter? You're using digital cash. You know what? You know why it does matter? Is if you're looking at it from the Moonboy perspective. That's why it would matter. Because you want to get rich. Because with Monero, this same criticism comes up. And it's like, you know what? Listen, the people who are going to find an inflation bug are probably the crypto geniuses, you know, the scientists who are like doing a bunch of research and shit. Those are the people who are going to find the bug. And those are the ones who are going to report it. It's probably not going to be some like script kiddie who's going to exploit the project, right? So with Monero and Bitcoin, Zcash, whatever, the chances of an inflation bug are actually very slim, in my opinion. I really don't think it's that. It's I really don't view it as that much of an issue. It's kind of like when you take when you board a flight, you're flying to Romania, you're trusting the pilot, right? You're trusting the plane. You put trust in things. That's kind of what we're doing when you're using cryptocurrency. We're putting trust in the fact that the math will exist, right? So I kind of lost my train of thought there, but sorry. I lost my train of thought.
So you started from the idea of trust.
Yes. So with trust, like with Zcash, it's very hard to trust them because they are a company. They're a for-profit company. It might not be Zcash specifically now. It's gotten better. They have a Zcash Foundation, right? They have a
I don't think it's called Zcash Foundation. There's the Electric Coin Company, there's Shielded Labs, and there's maybe Zcash Foundation. That's what they call it.
Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, the point's kind of moot. Like, it's the problem is you have a company behind it, okay, and that company can be attacked.
I mean, you can argue that you have company? Some. That company does not collect that
They have a
20%
dev
anymore.
tax. Well,
No,
I mean,
they removed that after the
Wow,
second halving.
it's
They still have
they
a
have a
treasury.
lockbox currently, right? Well, listen, they've received money. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah,
They've
and what did they
received.
do with the money? That's the other question. And they actually delivered what they said they would. That was part of the social contract when you entered. Like, nobody actually came up with this dev tax in the middle of running the project. This was there from the very beginning, and it was a tax on miners. The miners said, okay, we're going to run this software, we're going to give our hash rate to it, and we do agree that this condition is going to exist, that we pay to the Zcash developers. To be honest, they actually delivered. Because so you can shit on Zashi all day long, but until like 3-4 years ago, it was not possible computationally and cryptographically to even have a shielded Zcash wallet on mobile. This was considered to be impossible. They needed to actually refine the cryptography to make it run on existing hardware. And this is still a major breakthrough. And maybe that in Monero, you can take that for granted because Monero uses battle-tested technology, which maybe is not avant-garde, but just works. And I said Monero again. Let me pull up my list. Italiano Vero. Italiano Vero, that's the new one. So maybe that for Italiano Vero, it's a lot more easy because Blockstream has built some of these technologies like confidential transactions. The bulletproofs were researched also by a bunch of Bitcoin developers. Dandelion was supposed to come to Bitcoin to make full nodes harder to dox. And just a second, I need to fix your audio again. So you said that you love the fact that that Italiano Vero saw the potential to use better technology from Bitcoin.
Yeah. No, I like the fact that they did that because that is humble, right? That it's like, you know what? These people are smarter than us. Let's implement it. Now, let me tell you, Bitcoin, they have not implemented Dandelion Plus Plus.
No, they haven't.
We
And
have that.
they have excuses for it. Like,
Yeah,
I actually said
yeah,
this to
they do.
Peter Todd, like, why the hell don't
Yeah.
we have this? And he was like, oh, but it's
Dude.
horrible for the peer-to-peer relaying. And I'm like, man, if it works for Monero, what makes you think that? Oh, I said it again. If it works for Macareno, what makes you think that it's not going to work for Bitcoin? And it's really ridiculous after a certain point. But obviously, they did not want to make Bitcoin more private.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, it really comes down to that. Like they look at Bitcoin like a tech stock. They don't care. I give Zcash credit. They care. Okay, it seems like they care. They want to make private transactions. Okay, but I have issues though with the whole. Listen, okay, you out there, the Zcash people talking to you, you should demand only Z to Z transactions. Stop being a fucking pussy. Okay, go to the fucking go to the what's his name, Silward. Who's the CEO? I don't know. Fucking
Barry
go to
Silbert?
this guy. Yeah, tell him, hey, pussy, but I want Z to Z transactions because this is bullshit, and that's what it is. Like, I don't see that fucking passion.
But to be honest, you're not going to get this from the institutions. You're going to get this from people who run services and they do accept Z to Z. And it's going to come from BTC Pay server, which actually did the integration to make it happen.
Let them. Who cares? You want fungibility. And I'm not seeing that passion here because I'm telling you right now, in the Monero crowd, there would be passion if that wasn't happening. And I don't know. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they want to treat Zcash like a tech stock. Fine. But from my point of view, this is inexcusable. Really, is what it is. Because it's a huge attack vector. You can do timing analysis on this. It's very simple. You just look at the
assuming that you just shield and then unshield a few seconds later the same amount.
But that's how people use.
But you'll never be able to not do this unless the devs decide that you should keep your coins for a certain number of blocks. But even in that case, the analysis is going to take into account the new rules, and they will be able to figure out that, okay, this person shielded 1 ZEC and then unshielded the same amount minus transaction fees. Like you do have to stay in the shielded pool enough blocks so that there's gonna be more withdrawals from it, so that you don't look like, hey, especially if you're a whale, it's super suspicious. You're gonna have to get out of the shielded pool with smaller amounts.
Zcash can be attacked regardless. Okay, like I'm having this conversation because transparent addresses is such a metadata leak. Like, because it's basically using Bitcoin, right? There's no difference. And so you're taking
It could be much cooler, to be honest, if someone made coin joins when you leave the shielded pool and when you join the shielded
How
pool.
about you make it just private by default, Vlad? What the fuck, dude? Listen, this is so ridiculous.
Wait, it's so unfortunate. Let me fix your audio. I don't know. It almost seems like there's a timer for this, and you get cut out after a few, I don't know, minutes.
So I get fired up. I probably blow out the mic. You know.
No, it's not on your side. It's my software. It's FOSS that maybe is not optimized for my hardware. But it's the first time when it does this, and people in the chat will suspect that I'm sabotaging your ability to debate. I'm really doing my best here.
No, it's and for the people listening, Vlad's been great. So we're all good. We're friends. Let me know if I'm good to talk.
You are. I keep watching your bar, which goes from green to yellow. What do you call this, fader?
I lost my train of thought again. It's really hard to like go into these rants.
Yeah, so I said something about coin joins in and out of shielded pools.
Okay. Yeah, probably.
Then you said, why don't you make it private by default?
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? It's listen. The reason Zcash is not going private by default is because they don't want that smoke. That's it. They don't want the smoke. They're pussies. They're fucking pussies. Prove me wrong, Zcash. Actually prove me wrong. And this is the thing. This is not just me. This is everybody else. Prove us wrong. Fucking go for that smoke. Because if you do, you'll get the respect. Because in the future, we're not going to have respect from governments. Our open source projects will have to exist like cockroaches. Okay? And with Zcash, it's kind of like they're playing this game where they're like buddy with the government. It's like, stop being like that. What are you doing? It's ridiculous. So that's my statement on that.
Oh yeah, but when you have to hire academics, it's very delicate. Like, who's funding universities? Like, it's a very fine line. You do have, to a certain degree, to play the game until you win. Hopefully. Like, Monero is playing a different game compared to... Wait. Macareno is playing a different game compared to Zcash.
No. I disagree completely, actually. I think Monero also has academics. And like that's something I see a lot where the Zcash people, they say that Monero has these
but Macareno has academics who build for Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin rejects the proposal, and then they say, well, let's try it somewhere.
Well, they got...
Jonas Nick and what's the other one? Liam Egan, they don't work directly for Macareno. They're not developers in any way. It's just that their technology got used by people who read their papers and said, well, this is interesting. We could use this.
Okay, but there are Monero developers who are working directly for Monero. Like, just because there have been developers who have taken other things from other projects doesn't mean there aren't developers who are focused on Monero. Like Luke Parker's a genius.
I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, he also rage quit at one point.
Like these people, they're working very hard on a project, and I find it highly troubling when the Zcash crowd looks down on Monero and says it's an amateur project. There are people who care here. There are people who really, really care. It's not this amateur hour fucking like after school, hey guys, who want to make privacy? No, we care. We have meetings every Wednesday. The Monero Research Lab has a meeting every Wednesday. This is real shit. And you know what? We're being used. Okay, so I want to hear it because you know what this reminds me of. Okay, I'm gonna call you out, Vlad. You know what this reminds me of? When I hear us being talked about privacy and being used about privacy, reminds me of the 40-year-old virgin where they're fucking at the table and they're talking about boobs, and Steve Carell's like, "Oh yeah, bags of sand." Zcash isn't being used for shit. Okay, it's not being used for anything.
I
Come
disagree with
talk.
you there, and
No,
I
no,
can
no, no.
also
Come talk to me
Bitcoin
after
and
you've been
Ethereum are using
facing
Zcash right
ransomware.
now. Okay,
No, no, no,
they are.
no, no.
Who's using Monero? Wait, Macareno. Who's using that? This tech stack, which is wonderful and the most private, who's using it? Which other project is aspiring to be like Macareno? Tell me. You said it's not amateur hour. Tell me, if this one is really the best, why aren't there like 100 forks of it? What's the
Who
best
gives a
fork of it?
shit?
Monero?
No, I don't care.
You should care because it's
Why?
an open source space, and if something is really good, then it's gonna be the most copied, right?
No, because this entire space is captured by vultures.
No, I
Earlier,
disagree with you here. There would be like 100 forks of people trying
No.
to capitalize on it.
Vlad, we just talked about Michael Saylor for like an hour.
Wait. You said this space is captured by Michael Saylor. Let me fix your audio once again. Okay.
Yep.
Should be back.
Yeah, I mean, you hear me? Check.
Yeah.
Yeah, this space is captured by Michael Saylor. Okay, it's. I lost my train of thought.
Wait, so I told you that if Monero. Ah, shit.
Yeah, I know.
Romero.
It's hard.
Murano.
It's hard
Okay, Murano. I
Yeah.
didn't say this one. I have a full page of names. If Murano really has the best technology out there,
Yeah.
why
It doesn't.
isn't it the most
No,
copied?
no.
Why
That's not true.
why
That's
aren't
not true.
Bitcoin developers talking about how to be more like Murano as opposed to be more like Zcash? Why isn't
Monero?
Ethereum, which is very academic also, not talking about how to be like Murano? Why isn't,
Monero?
I don't know, name another privacy project. How many of them are actually using Dandelion and ring signatures or planning to add full chain membership proofs? I can tell you just one of them, and it's called Xenu, and that's it. And it's by one of the guys who actually worked on the CryptoNote protocol back in the day. And that's the only project that has full chain membership proofs on the roadmap. Do you know how many projects are actually planning to add ZK snarks over the next few years?
I do not know.
A lot of them, including stablecoins.
Okay.
But they do want to use some kind of trick so that they can actually use a ZK proof to make the regulators happy and blah, blah, blah. Which arguably you could do with the Moreno technology if you actually handed the view keys or something. So if that became a requirement to be using the service.
God. Ugh. What? View keys? No. No, we're not doing that.
Of course not. Which is why you're not integrated with DeFi. And the
Yeah.
volume of Moreno right now is much smaller than Zcash.
Sure. We'll take that. We'll take the hit. You know why? Because we're being used where it matters.
Okay, sure. Quality over quantity. You can argue like
Exactly. And you know why? You know why people aren't using Zcash? Because of shit like this. Zcash isn't fighting this fight, man. Zcash isn't dealing with the smoke. Okay? They're not.
Well, I can argue that there's a lot that you don't know, and there's a lot that's being paid for, so that there is no smoke to be dealt with.
I would imagine they're paying a lot because, and actually, you know what? I have a conspiracy theory that the reason for the price bump is because they're aware that these actions are going to happen in the future, and they're trying to get something out of it to afford their payroll.
It's actually not a bad conspiracy. Like I've heard
such
worse stuff out there. There are people who think in zero-sum terms. Like they're like, oh, so just when Moreno was getting traction, they wanted to pump Zcash because it's a zero-sum game, and of course it's like this protagonist of the market who has to be basically put in a position where he's not in the spotlight anymore. I was like, man, there's so much stuff happening in parallel around the world, which is not necessarily connected. You don't have to necessarily believe like, oh, Ethereum is getting pumped because Bitcoin was getting all the traction from ETFs or whatever. That's not why. People just either they start trends or else there's momentum for something. And it's just how free markets work. Money is moving across multiple projects at all times. Like, we can both agree at this point that meme coins are stupid. But at the same time, from a political point of view, they were an interesting statement. Like, if we're going to get regulated to the point that we can't have meaningful stuff anymore, we're just going to build markets for degenerate stuff, which is very close to gambling, except that it's much worse because the chances for you to win are much more rigged than in the case of casinos. But politically, you can argue that yes, they're interesting because they proved you can actually have free markets and transactions with something as stupid as dog with hat. Like, that one had a stupid amount of volume and was a top 20 coin at one point. And yeah, we are right now in a situation where it seems like we're dealing with a world that's more friendly to the idea of Bitcoin, at least in speech, because in terms of privacy, it's getting much worse. In terms of peer-to-peer adoption and payments, it's much worse. And we still virtue signal about the Saudi Arabian wife who needs a bank account and about the North Korean who's trying to flee dictatorship and about the African person who's trying to escape hyperinflation. These are the narratives that somehow give legitimacy to Bitcoin as a payment system. But is it still being used? You take a look at the mempool, you take a look at the number of lightning channels and the activity on the chain. There's no chain. Actually, I said something stupid. And there's no way to see how many transactions are in Lightning unless you get information from every node and they report to you. So we don't know this, but I can tell that the interest in it has lowered over the years. The liquidity is lower. The number of channels is lower. And it's becoming more custodied. And it sucks. And I find a lot of hope in these projects, which give you privacy. And I hope that Bitcoin is going to adopt this technology at some point once we get rid of Michael Saylor, once the Moon Boys are leaving town, and we do need to reinvent this to give it legitimacy so that it's much more than just a tech stock and something that's cool to invest in from your Robinhood app. But we're not there yet. Just a second, let me fix your audio.
Check.
Okay, you're back.
2. Yeah, just to say something though, like, so you're talking about usage of crypto. Where is Zcash used?
Well, that's a good question. Right now, most of the volume comes from DeFi. And the fact that there are these integrations, next week or something, there's gonna be, what's it called? Hyperliquid or something? And it's just these DeFi platforms that started to use it. And I'm not sure to which extent it's shielded. And maybe that you can win some points here because maybe most people don't know how to use it. And they do need to send it to their wallets that can shield funds and hold it there. And to their credit, like if you look at the chart that shows how many coins were in the shielded pool in 2016 when the project launched, and then during the 2021 bull market, and today, I think over the last 3 months it went from 1 million coins to 6 million coins in the shielded pool, which is honestly a progress. It just proves that an increasing number of users decided to move their coins because, first of all, the UX is much simpler. Secondly, the technology is more mature and they trust it more. And thirdly, they actually have hope for the future because there's Tachyon that promises to scale. And there's also shielded assets that are going to be making this much more interesting. And there are some actual use cases. There are places that started to accept shielded ZEC, and it seems like it's so much better. It's exactly what it was supposed to be 9 years ago, and it was not. And it's unfortunate that there was this. To be honest, the story of Zcash is just horrible. They had all of these bumps in the road, and it seems like they were self-defeating at one point. I don't think that and let me pull up my list, the Moreno community had to do much of an effort to actually defeat Zcash, because all of these technical issues were self-defeating. They actually had to face the dire consequences of the market punishing them. Right now, it's what it was supposed to be 9 years ago. And
Okay, so
if anything, it proves that the team did a good job over the years and they did not waste the dev fund. But it took a lot of work, and if some people don't appreciate it, that's fine. But there's also a side of the market which can see value in this.
So prior to the pump, the moving day average, the 90-day moving average of transactions per day for Zcash was 2,400 per day. And it's important to note 1,100 of those transactions are block rewards. So that means they had 1,300 transactions per day that were actual peer-to-peer transactions. Monero at the same time was having 24,000 per day.
Yeah, but compare the numbers now.
It's still, I mean, Monero is still crushing. I mean, if you're looking at moving time average, but like moving average shows the actual trend, whereas a price pump, obviously Zcash has more transactions currently, but it's nowhere near Monero still, even with the price pump, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but if it's gonna be integrated with these Solana and Ethereum platforms, it's gonna prove actually useful. And it's sort of a shame that Monteiro did not get the same kind of integrations, and the community did not push for them.
Like, okay, can you name me a single merchant that has Monero and Zcash where Zcash is used more than Monero?
I don't have that data, so I don't know. Yeah. Maybe that you're gonna win points here, but
it doesn't exist.
Think NIM
is the thing. Okay, because
yeah, but why? Can you explain why? Just a second. I need to fix your audio. You cut off again. Okay, go.
This is the cultural problem with Zcash. Okay, they don't use Zcash. They fucking treat it like a tech stock. Monero is so dedicated to use Monero. That's why Monero is used by these websites, coin cards, ShopInBit, NeoGPT. Okay, NeoGPT just added Monero a couple months ago. Monero is the most used cryptocurrency on that website.
I think it was like a year ago. I remember trying it on Cake Wallet.
Well, nonetheless, it's mogging the rest of the cryptocurrencies. And is Zcash being used on there? Probably not.
But is it supported? That's the other question.
I think probably. That the same like on coin cards, for example, it's supported. That was actually a tweet by coin cards. They were like, yeah, since the price pump, we haven't seen a single Zcash transaction.
Yeah, but that's actually a gotcha, you know. It's not how you attract customers either. Like, how much did they actually advertise that they enable it? Did they actually try to interact with the Zcash users and tell them, hey, you can actually spend your ZEC here? Instead, they try to virtue signal to the tribe that actually pays them better and actually fuel this fight between them. But that's really not how you get customers from the other side. That's how you just make them say,
I completely disagree. You get customers by people being passionate about spending Zcash. And the thing is, when I look on Twitter, I don't see people passionate about spending Zcash. I see a lot of charts.
Yeah, but you're not going to spend it to someone who's trying to insult you or trying to call you out saying, you have this amount of money and you're not spending it in my shop. Like, why would I?
I'm not talking about, like, people who are being like racist or anything. I'm just talking in general.
Wait, like, what do you mean racist? Why did you bring this up?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I misheard you, but like you were talking about something else. But
I just said that you take your business to people who respect you, and when someone calls you out and says you're not spending your money in my shop, that's actually the wrong attitude. Why would you? You should expect someone to try to persuade you by saying, hey, I'm offering this service or this amount of goods that you can purchase and you can come to my shop and I'm gonna offer you a service. But if they say, well, why don't you spend your money in my shop? Like, I was not even
Well,
aware that this exists prior to
well,
that
that's
tweet.
why I thought it was racist, because you're like discriminating, right? You're discriminating against somebody for doing something, right?
Am I really?
Well, if you're preventing somebody for spending,
I'm not
uh,
preventing anyone. I'm just saying that when you have any kind of money in your pocket and someone comes to you and tries to shame you for not spending it in their place, my first reaction is to say, why? Why would I? It's mine. And now that you're condescending me for
sure.
some reason, I'm just gonna take my business somewhere else.
Well, you do that. So I don't see the argument here. Like, you take your business somewhere else. Yeah. The free market shows what's happening right now with cryptocurrency transactions. And I think it speaks for itself.
Well, that's just because you use past data. Like there's so much. So a lot of people will say this is a bubble and this is just like the other cycles. You see Zcash pumping, and then some people like Kobe or whatever, they said that every time Zcash pumps, it's the sign of the end of the bull market. But really, I know it's a popular meme, but this time it's really different. They actually got their shit together. They actually have the proper integrations. They actually have technology that works a lot better than it did in the past. Like you can argue 2021, it was less substantiated. It was not backed by actual progress. But that's when they figured out how to remove the trusted setup. And from then, it was just a matter of trying to pick up the pieces and see what's left from it to see if they're going to drive this ship or they're going to abandon it. But to their credit, they never quit working on it. Like in Bitcoin and maybe also in Monero, you talk about long time reputation and resilience and persistence and being on the market for a long time. I can think of 10 projects off the top of my head that abandoned the ship and they said, okay, it did not work, let's move on to the next one. In the case of Zcash, you did not have that. The people kept working. They made mistakes. They said stupid stuff like, hey, we can make this traceable for criminals, which, once again, if it was possible, someone from the Monero community, let me pull up the list again. Someone from the Romano community would actually discover it and point it out, because you do have smart people working on the project, and that would be so obvious. Or someone from the Ethereum community, or someone from the Bitcoin.
Thank you, Vlad, for telling us we have smart people working on Monero. Yeah,
I never said
nice
you don't. I just said that if the tech stack is so good, why is it not forked to death by every other project? Forked to death. But let me fix your audio once again, because when you asked me to repeat, you were not heard by the rest of the audience. Okay. So I never said that you don't have smart people. I just said that the technology is basically patched together from Bitcoin research mostly.
Cool.
And I don't see too many projects, for example, wanting to implement full chain membership proofs. There's only one.
You know what's funny is you were
actually two of them.
Earlier.
There's Monero and there's also Zano, and that's it.
You were talking earlier about Zcash being a research project for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And seems like Monero's benefiting from the research done by Bitcoin. I don't know.
I don't disagree with that. It's a fact of research and markets and whatever. It's actually, a lot of Blockstream's research ended up in Monero, for better and for worse. I wish it was on Bitcoin. Never happened.
Yeah.
It's on Liquid for what it's worth, but nobody's using that. And maybe it's better than that nobody's using that.
No one's using Liquid. That's for sure.
They actually got removed, I think, from mempool.space because it was so desolating.
Did they really?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
It was so depressing to just look at that.
Fucking post a tweet about that.
Yeah, it's not on mempool.space, but they do have their own explorer, which is liquid. It's liquid.net for the network. And their block explorer was something along these lines. Okay, block explorer, liquid.network. And you can look at it, and they have 2 transactions per block. It's really depressing. It's a ghost town.
Yeah, and you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Zcash. To be honest
Really?
with you.
Why don't you
Yeah.
pull up a block explorer and look at the amount of
No,
shielded
because of
transactions?
the past couple of weeks. You know what? Actually, let's do that. You know what, Vlad? Let's do that because I guarantee you the majority of the transactions will be transparent. Let's fucking do this right now. This
Well,
is good.
the
This is
argument
good
was not
content.
to compare the transparent ones with the shielded ones, but just to
No,
look at the growth that happened in the shielded ones, because the narrative is that it's a
no.
ghost town, right? You're
Well,
moving the goalpost. It was
no,
initially ghost
I am
town.
not.
You
I am
said
not moving the
liquid reminds
goalpost.
you of
I am
Zcash.
proving a point that the majority of Zcash doesn't actually care about privacy. And we can look at the block explorer right now together. I guarantee it's all transparent. Guarantee it.
Okay, so the URL I think is ZEC hub. No, it's not
Yeah, it's
this.
pull up the block explorer. Let's see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I would love to be wrong on this one.
So it's zechub.wiki/dashboard. So what you can see on the shielded supply overview is that right now there are 4.1
No. I'm talking about the block explorer. Like, let's talk about transactions happening right now.
transaction summary. Okay,
Yeah.
so what do you want to know?
Like the latest blocks, like what are the transactions happening in the blocks? Like, are they shielded? What's going on?
Oh, so there's shielded stats. I'm looking at it.
Because
Total
also with
transactions,
Zcash, by the way, for the people
45.9K
listening,
over the last 24 hours. 26.7 were shielded, coming from 100 nodes.
yeah, but like it's confusing because there's different categories of transactions with Zcash, which I honestly I don't really understand because I know because you can go from transparent to shielded. Those are different types of transactions. What I'm looking for is shielded to shielded. Okay, what percentage of those transactions are happening past 24 hours? Because I have a feeling they're not that high. I have a feeling the transparent transactions are like at 90%. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I just need to find the right data. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm just looking at charts right now. You asked for basically how many shielded to shielded transactions were made.
Yeah, I do. Because I'm genuinely interested in that because I do not think people are using Zcash. At least at the level that they should be using it at.
Well, you're moving the goalpost again because you went from I don't think people are using Zcash, which is one statement, and then at the level that it should be used, that's super relative.
Because I think it should be used more if the privacy is so good, it should be used more.
I don't disagree with you there.
Yeah.
But you can't deny that there's growth here. And it's, the pump, you can argue that it's just a bubble and it's going to fade, but you can't argue against the usage that has increased. And the number of coins, like there were. So on the 1st of, what's this? January 2025, so beginning of the year, you had 25,000 ZEC in the Sprout pool, 980,000 ZEC in the Sapling pool, and 942,000 in the Orchard pool. So basically, let's round up to 2 million ZEC. No, it's 1,900,000, 1.9 million. That was at the beginning of the year. Now you have the same 25,000 ZEC in the Sprout pool, which is the first version of Zcash, the one that is said to have had the inflation bug. Sapling pool has 700,000, 768,000, and Orchard pool 4,121,000. So within the span of how long has it been? Almost 11 months. We have gone from 900,000 in the Orchard pool to 4.1 million, which you can't deny is something bullish for privacy. It's a good metric. Just a second, let me fix your audio again. Done.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, but it should be 100%. And
I don't disagree with you here, but markets do whatever they think is rational for them.
I think Zcash, they're being pussies and they don't want to face the smoke. That's what's happening right now. I mean, listen,
I mean, if you
It,
really want shielded like 100%, you can go full pirate chain. But there are two
no,
issues
because
with it: the network effect,
yeah.
and also the fact that it's always gonna play catch up with
Hmm.
Zcash, which is the one that's innovating, and then pirate chain has to implement it. And right now, I think they still have not added some features. I don't
No,
want to say
they
which because I'm
haven't.
gonna be wrong.
They still have a trusted setup, first off, and also like they don't have any developers. It's just a guy maintaining a wallet. It's very dangerous. Um, I would much rather hold and use Zcash than Pirate Chain for
Which is
that reason.
unfortunate. Like, if you're
Yeah,
listening
no,
to
I
this
I
and you
agree.
want Z to Z to really take off, like guaranteed 100% Z to Z, you should try Pirate Chain. And to be honest, I want to tackle this also because the way in which Zcash is treating forks and the way in which Monero is treating forks is very different. Zcash is like, oh, this is so cool. They had Z Classic, which was the one that had no dev fund and no unfair launch, to put it like this. So it was like the virtue signaling version of Zcash, which they treated with respect and they said, yeah, this is legitimate. Let's see if it takes off. And now there's Pirate Chain, and maybe that there's gonna be. I did see that there's Ycash, which is also a fork, but I'm not sure if there's any legitimacy behind it. Just people posting on Twitter about it in my mentions. But basically, the way in which they approach these is that they say, well, it's really good that these exist because they prove whether or not the tech stack works, and they try different stuff that we cannot at this point. The way in which Monteiro treats Xano is just horrible. They say it's a shitcoin. Oh, it's this pre-mined whatever. Oh, we don't like this guy. He was tied to this Microsoft trial and blah blah blah. He's potentially a criminal, and for some reason we don't like them. Xana was banned from MonteroCon this year. They could not attend. And I also know that there was a hard fork in 2018, I think, or 2019, when there were a bunch of forks of Monero made by community members who did not want to update to the latest software or they wanted to make changes. It was confusing for a while. There was a classic version, there was something else, and it took a while for the market to figure out what's happening. That's also when Monero was born. But still, the way in which they treat forks and the zero sum mentality is something that I really dislike because if you really care about open source and you want your tech stack to be battle tested, you should encourage these people to make changes to it and see if there's something else that it can do. In the case of Xano, it has a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake system, and it has this, I forget what it's called, but it's a system for which they issue tokens on this ring signature and stealth addresses and confidential transactions design, which is also popular and popularized by Monero. So it's still Bitcoin, CryptoNote, different design choices, but the community treats this like crap and they're very hateful towards it. In the case of Zcash, they're like, we wish more forks existed so that we could actually see this technology being used in different ways. Just, I need to fix your audio. Just a second. I was actually waiting to see if it's gonna work or I have to do this again. I apologize to everyone and to you, Xenu.
Yeah,
By the way,
yeah.
before I let you say this, is Xenu like a male version of Princess Xena, the warrior princess?
No, it's a reference to the god of Scientology.
Oh, okay. I'm not cultured enough to know that, so sorry.
It's actually a very interesting story because in Scientology you don't actually learn about Xenu until you have like over 10 years of work, and then they tell you about him. But he's the god. Isn't that crazy?
It's
I
like the
find that so.
reveal, right? You go through this
Yeah, like
initiation.
literally. Yeah, literally.
Like you
They
don't have
wait.
internet, right? You can't read this somewhere else.
Yeah, I swear to God that's how it works. Like, you have to do a bunch of work, and they're like, "Okay, listen, guys, we're gonna put you in a room, and they putting you guys in a room, and they give you guys all this reading material, and it's like there's a guy named Xenu, and he dropped a bunch of aliens in a volcano, and that created the souls of the universe or whatever. There's a South Park episode about this. But yeah, that's where I got the name. It's a very fascinating subject. Scientology in general is like crazy, but I find it interesting though because it's like it's such a powerful figure in Scientology, but he's not explicitly talked about. And I think that's very interesting. It's a cool dynamic where he's the god, but he's not recognized as the god. In fact, they deny he's the god if you ask them. How cool is that? Um,
I don't care too much about this stuff. Like there are already enough religions fighting. I'm not gonna concern myself with a bunch of Hollywood celebrities inventing their own.
yeah, it's a whole Hollywood thing, yeah, for sure. Um,
Okay, we were talking about community forks and the way in which the culture of different projects responds to the existence of them.
in Monero, the reason forks aren't really much of a problem is because the community is relatively united. We want digital cash. That's really it. I mean, talking about Xano, um, I wrote banned question mark. I don't know what the it's hard to talk to you with this interview because like I have to delay the conversation because of the issue you guys have, and like I'm forgetting what I wrote down. I wrote down forks too. Yeah. So Monero has forks, and we treat it like a community, and I don't know, we're trying to progress forward. And with all that, sorry, that's a bad answer, but I honestly forget the question. So
So, community forks, right?
yeah,
Monero hates Xano.
yes.
Zcash does not hate Pirate Chain or Z Classic or
Whoa,
anything else.
no. Zcash is very uptight about Monero. Don't say that.
Well, how
Why
do
are
you
they
define uptight? Because to be honest, like
okay?
when these guys are designing their ZK proofs, they don't even think about Monero.
Why is Zcash not attending Monerotopia?
Well, were they invited?
Yes, I know that from Doug.
I don't know. Like, did they reach out to the right people?
Yes. Well, I mean, I don't know who they're going to send, but this is actually a very important thing, though. It's like they were invited and they said no, and that's a very it's an imbalance, right? It's a very
Yeah, but this is not about what you call Z-Trash sometimes and Monero. This is actually about community forks and people saying, let's use this tech stack for something else. And you say that the community in Monero is very united around this idea of digital cash. But if they care so much about it, why would they discourage people from experimenting with it?
Why would they? I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking.
Why so toxic with Xano?
Well, Xano, that's a different subject.
Even if you ask Fluffy Pony, he's gonna say, yeah, they're scammers or something.
Yeah, well, it's the pre-mine. That's the big thing. The pre-mine's tough. So that's gonna take a lot of it, to be honest with you. Furthermore, I don't see the purpose of it personally. It seems like it's a worse version of Ethereum that's private, but it's like, who cares? Because if I want privacy, I'm just gonna use Monero. So,
well, do you have stable coins on Pajero?
I don't need stable coins on Monero.
Oh, you can argue that in and of itself, it's a stable coin for the price action that we have seen over the last couple of years, except for this year, which seemed to be pretty bullish.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. No, I have.
Wait. There's actually someone in the chat who said I should say the M word 3 times every time you drop out and your audio doesn't work. I don't think that's fair.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's you're not saying Monero. You're fucking cursing us, man.
Stupid OBS. Maybe I should switch to Streamlabs or something.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. What were we talking about? I mean, these interruptions are throwing me off. I'll be honest with you. Fuck.
I should also look at the chat because it blew up. I have so many good questions and comments.
Oh yeah, let's go to the chat. Actually, that'll bail us out. Because I'm sorry, man. Like if I get interrupted mid speaking, it's just like it's so hard to go back. Are they glazing me or are they glazing you? What's going on? It's probably me.
There's random shiz 1386. He said Xenu recommendations for X accounts to follow for like-minded Pajero and privacy advocates.
Doing Fed time. Yeah. Watchmen privacy. There you go.
Watchman privacy, that's it?
And doing Fed time.
Doing Fed time. Okay.
I don't know if that's his Twitter handle, but it's a Sam Bent. He's very good. He covers a lot of darknet stuff. And very good. He has his ear to the ground of like OPSEC and crypto usage, which I find very, very important. So
there's also Joel Valenzuela, who said that sometime in 2016, some Bolero community members put a hit on him on dark markets.
Oh, it's because he was too good looking, right, Joel? I mean, that's fucked.
This is exactly the problem to which I point, right? Because of course you're gonna say, yeah, but these people need privacy too. They're awful, but we're gonna welcome them. They're useful to a degree because they do defend the project and they do act like white cells, but at some point they become cancer. And I've seen this happen in Bitcoin with the Moonboys saying, yeah, Bitcoin is the perfect money, blah, blah, blah. They were to a certain degree useful during the block size wars, but once they grew their own pair of wings and they got their own platform, they sort of became enemies of actually developing the project. And of course, you're going to argue, well, in Montevideo, the goal is just to improve the privacy and nothing else, to make it work as cash. And they're here and they're going to agree with this. And that's fine. But my point is that you're going to end up being diluted and your voice is going to get drowned out by people like the Maverick, who is openly anti-Semitic, and people who say they're going to break my legs, and people who put a hit on Joel. And sometimes it's good just to call them out and say, hey, man, don't be an asshole. We are here for free markets. We are here for this and that. It's fine that you use this technology. It's fine that you're one of us, but just try to be decent. Like, I haven't seen any of that. And I do see it in Zcash. Like,
what do you mean by you haven't seen any of that? Because I guarantee you there's many Monero people who are against this type of language.
Sure, but did they call out these people? No, because they're so useful and convenient.
That's such a very vague, like, there's no like standard way of calling out
like
somebody.
When Luke Parker, who was at Monerotopia, and he did listen to Jeff Berwick complaining about the Jews, and the next day he said he quits the project because he doesn't want to get associated with anti-Semitism. Was there really a conversation about it, or did they laugh at Luke Parker and say, "Oh, he's so soft and he can't deal with this"?
Luke did not say that. He said he was getting tired of the Twitter drama. He pulled back, and actually now he's working with the project again. So
yeah, because he got funded, it was more, of course.
No, I think it was more so of the fact that he was kind of got over it, and he was working with the project. I don't want to make assumptions about the guy. I don't know him personally. Frankly, I feel uncomfortable even talking about this.
I did see that he left. Like, he was there on day one. There were 3 days. I was actually invited to MC on the stage. I never got paid for it, but I did it as voluntary work for the community. And I did not see Luke Parker afterwards. He left after day one.
I mean, it's unfortunate. I can't respond to that because I wasn't there. I will tell you that Luke Parker is very involved right now with the proof of work stuff going on. They're involved with Sarai. They're involved with full chain membership proofs.
Sure, but
So
let me argue this. If he did not decide to leave in November of last year, you can argue that full chain membership proofs could get developed further than they are today. Like maybe they would be available as production code on chain and not just a testnet. And the question is, why did not the community optimize for him to do this as opposed to just agreeing that, maybe that Jeff Berwick was right and this guy is soft? Wait. Wait. Sorry, I need to fix your audio. And it was such a good response. Okay.
That was a good response too. Luke, work more. Work more. Like, we're not doing that. Luke is a sentient being, and he was burned out. He said that multiple times. He was burned out. He wrote a GitHub about it. Posted on GitHub. He wrote about it, and that's fine. Like, it happens, and we move on. And you know what? Luke then came back, and he was like, "Hey, I have other ideas," and then that was it. The whole thing with Jeff Berwick. I mean, Jeff Berwick is a fucking retard. Wow, I haven't said retard yet. What? How long have we been recording? Oh my gosh. Anyways,
almost 3 hours.
Yeah, man, Berwick is a fucking retard, man. That guy's a fucking. Oh my gosh. I did not see his speech. I'm assuming it was great. And I mean, I don't know. Apparently he said some things. I don't really care. It did not change anything. Okay. And honestly, Vlad, you gotta stop bringing this up because like it's kind of like a cringe talking point where it like we're getting full chain membership proofs. So I don't know. You're like trying to like make this a thing where it was like this guy stalled the development of Monero. That's not what happened. Monero is still developing. And man, once we get 100% full chain membership proofs, it's going to be hard to argue for Zcash at that point. And I guess I feel bad for the Zcash guys because, I mean,
well,
what do you say at the point?
I can still argue it doesn't scale.
Okay.
Like,
sure.
This is admittedly a trade-off. Transactions are going to be larger, on-chain fees will be higher, and there is no plan like after this. Maybe there's going to be some refinement in the future to make transactions smaller. But for the time being, the goal is just to make it more private for the sender. Right now, it's just 1 of 16, which is sort of a deniability with decoys.
Yeah.
And yeah, there is no further plan after this to somehow make it scale better. And it's going to be a greater burden on the node operators. Of course, it's not Bitcoin for people to complain that their Raspberry Pi does not validate anymore. But it's still something to be considered, that it's going to be more expensive to use Pajero starting next year or whenever you're going to have FCMP++.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk about scalability because we're talking now, right? And
well, yeah, but you're shitting on Zcash, and then they come up with Tachyon, which is going to use a type of synchronization to make it scale to billions of transactions. So you do need your own wizards to refine the technology that you're bringing to the table so that it becomes scalable. You got to work. Of course, first you make it private and then you make it scalable. I 100%
agree. Can I respond though?
Sure.
So it's a balancing act. And our focus right now in Monero is actually right now, it would be the fucking cubic shit. We got to figure out something with that. But also it is with full chain membership proofs. And yes, transactions are not going to be, ideal. But why do you need transactions that are ideal like that? What's the point? Because there's this idea that is being presented in that we need to have transactions that are 100 million transactions per hour or something. Like we need to have global adoption. I think that's ridiculous. Cryptocurrency is not growing like that. We need to focus on now. And what we have now is with Monero, we have 25,000 transactions per day, which is a decent amount. And we're growing. We're slowly growing. We're being used. We're being adopted by CoinCards. We're being adopted by ShopandBit, ChatGPT, or Nano GPT, excuse me. And we're being adopted. We need to keep on that path. And it's not.
Sorry. I don't know exactly where I got distracted to. I was watching something, but you got cut off, so I need to fix your audio. So I think you can start from the part where you said you're getting adopted by CoinCards and ShopandBit and Nano GPT, and I think that's where you cut off.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to start. Yeah. We're on those platforms, and yeah. Sorry, I can't. It's really hard for me to start from
I think the
middle.
point that you're trying to make is that it's ridiculous to expect mass adoption because
Yes. Okay. So
the technology is
yeah,
for those who need it, not for the masses.
exactly. And I can expand on this too. So I think global adoption. Here's a hot take. Here's a spicy hot take for the Vlad Costea listeners. I think global adoption is a meme. Okay, I don't like it. Never have liked it. I think that we should focus on adoption for people who care about digital cash. And so Monero is not being globally adopted anytime soon. So I really don't see an insignificance about the scaling being worse than Zcash.
Okay, but you can argue that, for example, it's not optimal for people to wait for a block confirmation and not be able to spend their coins for like 10 minutes. Like if you want to buy two items from the same merchant, which is something that I actually did in Mexico at Monerotopia. If you do want to do that, you have to wait, and it's not the nicest of user experiences. Like you do have to optimize it in a way that makes it convenient to spend to
well,
actually.
You're mixing two different points. So the cubic situation you're talking about, the first point.
No,
right?
I did not say that.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about cubic. It's just about the user experience of having to deal with the Monero chain. Once again, I said it. Well, let me pull up my list.
That's what's throwing me off.
Is there anything I haven't used? Milongo. Okay. The user experience of having to deal with the Milongo chain means that you have to wait for your UTXO to come back after a block confirmation until you can spend again. And it's suboptimal in some situations. You actually have to wait until you get your UTXO back, you get your change, to be able to transact once again. And even for in-person trades or whatever, when you go to a shop and you spend it, it's not the nicest user experience. Maybe a second layer or something that makes it faster would be actually useful for commerce. Of course, if you're ordering something online and it's just one payment and you don't have to worry about it, it's fine to have to wait that long. But maybe that you want to do something more advanced. Maybe you want to do DeFi. Maybe you want to get integrated with various other services that require more throughput and faster confirmations. Like there do have to be some sort of refinements to the tech stack to keep up with user demand, which, as you acknowledge, right now is higher than what we have in Zcash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right where baseline privacy is very hard to achieve, right? Like where everyone's on the same field. We have to agree on that, right? Where us being equal when we're sending transactions is hard to achieve. Do you agree with that?
So can you say that again? I was reading the chat.
Well, like the equality of us sending transactions is hard to achieve. That like kind of fungibility, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
even
So,
just because it's humans in the middle and not some sort of AI,
mm,
you can still
mm,
argue against fungibility and be like, yeah, because these are the coins I sent to you, and the information, trust doesn't scale very well. People are gonna talk
yeah,
about the money that they sent or received, and there's no absolute privacy. At the social level, it's super compromised. At the technical level, we can aim to have the best possible technology to minimize the impact of these events.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very difficult to measure that because yeah, I mean, when you're using a cryptocurrency to send something privately, you are engaging with somebody else to transact privately. But when you're engaging with a business,
I do agree. I think KYC is possibly the greatest enemy that we're facing. Just a second. You said not possibly it is. Let me fix your audio once again. Okay, go on.
yeah, exactly. It's not possibly, it is the enemy against privacy and cryptocurrency.
It's also a reality that we have to face and the battle that we have to fight, because we do have to fight, first of all, for self custody. This is possibly the most important aspect of this entire invention or revolution or whatever you want to call it. Without self custody, it's worthless. If you
Mm.
just, I mean, we can compare volumes all day, but at the end of the day, and price and whatever, the people trading on exchanges to keep the price at a certain level or pump it, they don't have any privacy. And the price that we see does not reflect how people actually use it peer to peer, because the way in which price is being determined has nothing to do with how you deal with some stranger in a dark alley or something, or in the street, or in a fruit market, or wherever you're sending money. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about exchanges, and there's a lot of power that they have, as you can actually see, as Sombrero used to be listed on Binance, and once Binance delisted Sombrero, you could actually see the price going up, because apparently they were suppressing the price. In some
So
situations,
why is Zcash on so many KYC exchanges then? You know, you're talking about lobbyism. It's just like, well, doesn't that play into the fact that it's less trustworthy than Monero?
what do you mean less trustworthy?
Because it's on so many KYC exchanges. We've established the fact that
Well, you can
KYC,
argue that they're shorting it on more exchanges.
but that's not what I'm saying. We've established the fact that KYC is horrible for privacy. So why is
Right, but
Zcash on?
why is Sombrero on Bitfinex?
I don't know about Bitfinex. It's on
You
Kraken in
should
the
know.
U.S. It's on MECX as well. It's only on it's only on a handful.
Right, so
Compare
where does most of the volume come from? I can tell you. I'll
probably
take a look.
Kraken
No,
or
it's
that.
KuCoin.
Oh, cool. Well, KuCoin, yeah, that's a weird one because they win.
HTX, KuCoin, MX, MEXC, Whitebit, XD.com, Bitfinex, Kraken. Once again,
Well,
KuCoin,
wait, Kraken's like 6 on that list. That's crazy.
8.
Shit. Wow. Yeah.
And it's actually the XMR BTC pair that's
Oh
being
wow.
traded. So most of the volume, like, oh wow, 48.72% of the volume for XMR with the USDT pair comes from KuCoin.
Oh wow.
And then there's
Yeah, I think they
HTX.
replaced Binance is really what happened because Binance dropped them and KuCoin has like a leverage shit.
It's possible. But
Yeah.
still, I mentioned Bitfinex earlier, but that's like 2.22%. Kraken is 0.75%.
Wow.
MEXC is 4.47%. Actually, it seems like most of the action, almost half of the daily volume for determining the price is on KuCoin. Let me see Zcash. I'm actually curious. You can check this data on CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko. After you scroll down below the price data, they actually have the market section. So Zcash has 28.36% of volume on Binance, 4.67 on Coinbase, 2.62 on CoinDelta, 3.2 on Pionex, I don't know what this is. Coinex 2.82, 10.69 on xt.com, KuCoin 6.87. Seems like it's more evenly distributed across lots of markets. 4.91% on CoinW. I don't even know what this is. But for the ZEC USDT pair, there was $16 million volume over the last 24 hours. Bitmart. What the hell is Bitmart? Anyway, a lot of these non-KYC.io seems to also have some volume. Poloniex, I had no idea this exists, but it had 5% of volume with the ZEC USDT pair. $17 million were traded there. There's still Poloniex. And then there's Gemini, right? ZEC USD is 0.15%. It's laughable. But a lot of people point out that there's Zcash on Gemini. It seems it's very small. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the most significant market is actually Binance, followed by Coinbase and Poloniex. Just a second, I need to fix your audio again. So what you said is that this is the reason why Zcash was begging Binance not delist it.
Yes. It was very pathetic. I'll be honest. It was very pathetic. Zuko had a fucking 10-tweet thread about how much he likes Binance. And it's like, listen, Binance is a contributor to privacy data leakage. Why are you shilling for them? And the reason is because if they got delisted, their price would dump. So, yeah.
Okay, but almost half of the sombrero trade happens on KuCoin, which is sort of concerning. 61
Take it
million.
down. Would love it if it would get off of that.
Like, if I ask you what's the main market, you're gonna say that you're using Sarai or Basic Swap or something which is actually peer-to-peer.
Sarai doesn't exist yet. No shit did.
There's also Bison. What else? There's actually a fork of Bisq.
Yeah, Haveno.
Haveno, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Haveno.
I call it Havno sometimes.
Yeah, it's a weird name. Yeah. In actual fact, the main way people are getting Monero is through coin swaps. They buy Bitcoin, Litecoin, they buy Zcash, and they swap it into Monero through websites like Truckador. That's the main way, and I've studied this through darknet markets. This is how people are getting it. They get it through Cake Wallet, for example. Cake Wallet has a built-in exchange, and people onboard onto Litecoin or Bitcoin. They swap into Monero. So we don't even really need at this current juncture. We do not need atomic swaps. We do not need decentralized exchanges because we already have coin swaps. That being said, absolutely, these coin swap websites will no longer exist in the future. In fact, I'm kind of shocked they're still around. I think they're going to be attacked soon by feds because you don't have to provide KYC when you're using them, right? You don't need to demand KYC. That's what Tornado Cash was dealing with, where because they didn't have KYC on their website, they were branded as being malicious, right? So that, in my opinion, is the future. But as of this point, this is what's happening, though, where you have people coin swapping into Monero using ClearNet websites.
Well, I think that's also how they trace payments. I think Fixed Float at one point was closed for 1 month due to some investigation.
Yeah, so they've been kind of sketchy for Monero people for a while. What's cool about Truckador is they rate each website, so it's very cool. Like if you go, for example, let's say you have Bitcoin, you want to swap into Monero, you put in your order, and it'll give you different swap sites, and it will rate them by privacy. And certain websites like Fix Float, excuse me, aren't as highly rated.
I wasn't sure if you cut off or you actually stopped.
Oh yeah, no, it stopped.
I'm reading the chat. It's impossible for me to keep up with what people are saying. It seems like the debate is also going in the comments, which I think is beautiful.
Oh, awesome.
So, is
Talking
there
about
any
how
actual
attractive
question?
I am.
I don't think anyone said anything about that.
Got a good voice. Come on. No one? Really? No fangirls?
Mm. So there's. Okay, I'm searching for actual questions. If anyone has a question and you're listening right now, I think this is your best chance. Because most of these are comments about what we already talked about. And I think we already mentioned some of this. And maybe it doesn't make much sense to bring it back. I mean, I have arguments from both sides. Some people call me a mental gymnast. Others are telling me that I did not do a good job presenting the Zcash data and there are more transactions. So we're past that. There's Kenza who says he's a fangirl or she's a fangirl of Xenu. There's a question, why don't you tell people to mine either Zcash or Monero? So why don't we tell people to mine? Just a second. I fixed your audio. You can answer.
Are they asking me or you about that?
I guess it's you plural.
Oh, okay.
So
So
why
they're
don't we
asking.
tell people to mine?
I would love people to mine. I don't know what they're talking about. Well, here's the thing though. Okay. With Monero, you can mine right now with your computer. That's the difference. With Zcash, you have to buy specialized hardware called ASICs. This is actually one of the main reasons why this is why I got into Monero. It wasn't because of the privacy. Fun fact. It was because of the ASIC resistant mining. I like the fact that the mining is dedicated to the common man. And yeah, you can mine Monero with your CPU. So if you have a computer, you can mine Monero. I find that to be a very awesome thing. It's very fair. It's very egalitarian. With Zcash, you have to have specialized hardware that you have to buy from some Chinese company. And yeah, I find that to be kind of weird. So that's my
Oh,
answer.
we do have to explain the trade-offs, right? Because in the case of A6, it's a bit more obvious that, first of all, if you want to compete, you do need to have the specialized hardware, which is scarce, which is hard to acquire, which is specialized, and only the people who are most interested in participating in this are going to be able to get their hands on it, which in a way is more secure. It's sort of security by obscurity because it's not largely available to anyone. It's almost impossible to get attacked by a supermajority of something that already exists out there. It's just the A6 that you know and generate the hash rate. So this specialization is like a double-edged sword. On one hand, it does help secure much better. On the other hand, it does cause more centralization because you're going to rely on the companies that manufacture this and the distribution chains, and you're going to basically remove the basic users from this activity. In the case of something which is CPU mineable, which means this was actually what Satoshi intended, right? If you read the white paper, he talks about one CPU, one vote, and a situation where he envisioned that there's gonna be no pools. Actually, it was in 2010 that Slush, who actually created Slush Pool and Trezor afterwards, created the first mining pool and sort of surprised Satoshi. And he did not expect this to happen so fast. And from that point onwards, it was just a race towards specialized hardware, and the project Bitcoin never actually switched from SHA-256, which is the algorithm that it uses for hashing. And Monero, once again, let me pull up my list to get another name. I'm getting tired of this, but I do have to play this game.
You know.
Morando, okay. Morando, I did
How
not
about
use this one.
Madonna?
I'm gonna add it to my list. So Morando is reactionary to Bitcoin, and we have to remember this. It does try, if you read the white paper of CryptoNote, which is, I think it reads like a manifesto. It says Satoshi Nakamoto with Bitcoin tried to create this and fix a problem, but it's not the best way to do it. So here's a different way. Here is CryptoNote, which is an entirely different code base and approach to achieving the digital cash. And I think that it's reactionary, and it did try to preserve that. And the community agreed that this is the way to go. It's sort of sad that people talk about proof of stake already after having gone through something which is interesting. And to be fair, I was wrong about it, but I did not delete my tweet about it because my point, so it went over people's heads. What I said that look at how Madonna got 51% attacked. Bitcoiner and the community denies it. Bitcoiners are going to be doing the same when quantum attacks are happening, and they're going to see that quantum computers are not real. My point was just to poke fun at Bitcoiners being in denial and being perma-bulls even in the face of an attack. The Madonna community basically crucified me for that and called me dishonest, and I did look at that and I said, okay, I was wrong about this being a 51% attack. But I don't think I was wrong about the way in which Bitcoiners react to attacks. So maybe I should leave this here. Taksudo hates me right now and thinks, I don't know, he complains about me a lot. He got Vic to unfollow me on Twitter for a while, I think. I'm not going to get into personal drama. I'll try to stay away. Anyway, my point is... No, it wasn't, and let me fix your audio. Madonna. Okay.
Yeah, it was not a 51% attack. It was a successful attack temporarily. And the issue with this whole thing is it can impact any proof of work cryptocurrency. So, I mean, Monero suffered it and we survived, but you know, it could happen to you. If you have proof of work, I mean, selfish mining is a thing. So,
yeah. And I do think that this dream of allowing anyone to mine is very much compatible with the idea of privacy. So just think about it. If someone wants to get, let's say, Zcash in Saudi Arabia, and they're, I'm not sure if it's the best example, but let's say North Korea or something. You're being targeted by your government and you want to escape, and all you have is a computer. It's going to be hard for you to get some Bitcoin and swap it into Zcash. But if you can actually use your CPU for a few months and you're connected to the internet, but once again, that's a luxury in a country like North Korea. Like you have to be well connected, and it's easy to find patterns in energy consumption or whatever. Like you have a spike in your electricity bill and the government hates you. Like maybe it's suspicious. But my point is, if you do find a way to use a computer and CPU mine for like a month, maybe you're gonna be able to get some money that you can use on a market which is outside of your country and maybe save yourself one way or the other. It's not a lot of money that you can mine, especially with a basic computer. You can essentially leave your computer on for a year and make just a few bucks. Right now it's very competitive, but it's still something that you can do, and it gives you pretty good privacy in the sense that you're using hardware that you already have and spending electricity to which you have access to get some kind of internet money that you can use. I think that's something worth fighting for. I don't think it's like a dying dream or a chimera that's not worth pursuing. It's something that I sort of respect, but it takes work, and it also takes a degree of centralization in the sense that the developers are going to coordinate towards finding a way to keep this dream alive. I don't think it's worth giving up on it, or at least not just yet. There wasn't that serious of an attack. I think I gotta give credit, the community reacted very well. They had another pool that they set up and they directed their hash rate to it.
We had a defense fund actually that I created.
That was good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you got when it comes comes to shove, right? You gotta just deal with it, right? It sucked. I'm not gonna lie to you, Vlad. It fucking sucked. I don't want to deal with this shit, but we had to deal with it, and we survived. You know, Random X actually survived the attack, contrary to what some people are saying. So, I mean, it's unfortunate it happened, but you know what? I look at it in a very positive way, and it's like, you know what? This would have happened to us regardless. We have to improve this mining. So there's a lot of research being done right now by the Monero Research Lab. They're doing a ton of work right now. There will be mitigations. There will be improvements. That's what you have to do, right? You have to improve it in some way when you face adversity like this. And that's what Monero did. I mean, like it was a rough couple months there. August was insane. I was I was on Doug Tuman's show, and we're like, listen, this is bad right now, guys. You got to turn on your miners. But we survived. So, you know.
At the same time, you do have to be aware that basically any server farm that decides to use their surplus computation or electricity, they're gonna be able to do something like this. Like, this was a small player, right? If you actually had the nation state coordinating.
So, not necessarily. It is probably easier to attack a CPU mining algorithm, probably, but let me add an asterisk there. It's not easy, and it can impact any mining algorithm because you're offering the miners more money than they're getting. So this can also impact ASIC miners as well. For example, I can offer an ASIC miner who's mining Zcash 20% more to mine Xenu bucks. Okay. Hey, mine Xenu bucks instead. I'll give you 20% more value relative to Zcash.
Just a second, let me fix your audio once again. So you said Xeno bucks, you give 20% more?
Yeah, if I were to give 20% more in Xenu bucks, the miner would consider it more profitable than mining Zcash, right? Why would they not? They're making 20% more because the value of Xenobucks at the time is at the point where the amount they would receive of Xenobucks at the time would be 20% higher. They could dump that and make a profit. And that's actually literally exactly what was happening with Monero, where Cubic, they're offering this fucking scam AI whatever. No one's using it, but their token was valued higher. So they were able to entice miners to mine their algorithm. And that's literally exactly what happened. This could happen to any proof of work cryptocurrency. This could happen in Zcash. In fact, actually, Cubic was thinking about attacking Zcash, and they didn't. But yeah,
It's much harder to get ASICs. That's
no,
the
because
answer.
you can offer them more profit. It's all about profit for these guys. It's not about the access to what type of hardware they're mining. It's about how much you're offering them. So if you were to go to the ASIC miner for Zcash, you could say, hey, I'm going to give you 50% more than what you're making now. And they would say yes. It would be a lot harder now because Zcash pumped. But before, very simple.
Well, yeah, but these miners are aware that they're gonna get this 50. It's basically this attack where, let's say that a farmer burns his crops because he makes a lot more money from the insurance, right, than from the actual product that he's making. But the problem is that once you do this once, you're sort of doomed, and Nobody's gonna want to do business with you. So the risk in this situation is that they're gonna destroy their business model and they're gonna be out of the market, or the project is not gonna be valued on the market as much as it currently is, just because this happened and the miners proved to be mercenaries. If there is no conviction in the project and anyone can do this, then maybe that project is sort of worthless and the market will react to that. So there is a game theory involved, and the miners are not this stupid to just take more money and then realize, okay, we have to get back to this broken network, which has a broken reputation, and maybe it will never come back. In the case of Madonna, it was actually a good situation. It was a happy ending. The majority was never reached, and the community reacted to it efficiently. But if
And
this
and
was an
and we were
actual,
well, hold on, and we were able to react to it. That's a very important point. We were able to turn on our computers and mine against it. You can't say that about Zcash. We were able to fight back. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't perfect. I'm not saying it was perfect. The situation sucked, and we're still learning from it. But yeah, we didn't die from this. Contrary to what some people think about Monero, it's still working. So
well, yeah, and especially among the Bitcoin maximalist circle,
yeah.
it's, I don't know, it's like they find this tweet which gives them the signal about what's happening, and they don't read anything else. They're like, oh, of course we're smarter. Of course I'm smart for not investing into Madonna or whatever, or trying to use it because this guy told me that everything is going to zero and it's happening in real time. I'm so angry at these people because when I got into Bitcoin, they were some of the smartest people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's just the fact that I've learned more over the years and maybe that they don't seem as smart anymore, or maybe the fact that they became dumber. Like the average IQ of the Bitcoiner is now basically leveled to the lowest common denominator, and they just care about the price going up. But it makes me very frustrated to look around and see that these people, they were taking pride in not trusting and verifying it. They were printing T-shirts with that and wearing hats, and they just wait for someone to tell them what to think. It's so disappointing. Like, how the hell do you think I found Bitcoin in the first place? Why do you think I cared about it? Because I stopped listening to what the others were telling me. I actually broke away from the herd and I said, yeah, this shows promise. And now, if you're into Bitcoin, you're supposed to accept what the herd is telling you. I'm angry. It's very emotional for me. And once again, going back to our debate, I think Zcash is the technology that was created for Bitcoin to improve Bitcoin, and that's more mature right now. If we actually get to the point where Saylor gets liquidated and we actually have a serious conversation about how we can make this better as digital cash, this is the technology that's already out there, and we can take it off the shelf and say we can soft fork this to Bitcoin, and it's not gonna change the way it works very drastically. Whereas in the case of the Madonna tech stack, it's more difficult because there are more moving parts that need to be added. It's just very different. And once again, it comes from the CryptoNote code base, different culture, different goals, and it's reactionary to Bitcoin. I care. I want Bitcoin to work. I'm not sure. Maybe you don't care because you're not as passionate about it as I am. Just a second. Let me fix your audio. Okay.
I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I'm talking about Monero. Like I don't really care. Like I don't know. I'm not really understanding your argument here. It's just like Monero is a digital commodity. It's going to exist regardless of what someone thinks about it. It is digital cash. We've discovered it and we're harvesting it. Okay, we are harvesting it. And it's a beautiful thing. And yeah, I mean, it might piss some people off that we are politically neutral, but they can go fuck themselves. I'll be honest with you. I don't really care. We're being used. And I haven't even talked about darknet markets. It's funny, actually. Prior to this interview, I was trolling, saying that was the only thing I was going to be talking about. But seriously, like darknet markets is a perfect example of real world adoption, and that highlights Monero more than anything else because it is being used by people who need cryptocurrency. Yeah, they're not like, oh man, I can't wait to read about the latest cryptocurrency. No, they fucking no. They literally go online. They're like, I need to buy drugs. Oh, buy Monero. Okay, that's it. It's adoption.
Right, but
And
I would be very cautious about this. Like, maybe some of them are feds or whatever.
yeah, I mean, like, absolutely. Like, yeah, you can absolutely have feds on there. Yeah, for sure. And, like,
And
I
the reason
can't.
why it's so adopted on dark markets is that it has been around for a long time. It earned a reputation. It has a certain type of message which appeals to these users. It's friendly to them and recommends to them that they should be using it. And there's also the fact that the tech stack has been relatively predictable and stable over the years. It's just tried and tested. It doesn't try to do something. I do think that full chain membership proofs is the first time in the history of the Monero project. Oh my god, I have to pull up my list again. It's the first time in the lifetime of the Romano project that you're diverging from the initial design and you're making like a huge change to the way in which it functions. You're adding new cryptography to it. I do think it might be risky unless it's very well tested before the main chain deployment. Nobody else has done this before, so it's an entirely new approach with new development, new cryptography. And it's admirable that this is happening in the first place and you guys are not as conservative as the Bitcoin maximalists.
Yeah, I mean,
But once again, the reason why it's adopted on dark markets is that it has this predictability and the user experience that got better over the years. The reason why Zcash is not there is that there were so many changes to the project. There was a bad messaging. There was a structure that turns these people off, like the company and everything else, and the foundation. And also the messaging says it's privacy for normal people. It's something that we research in academia. I don't think Zcash ever talks about their work as being final and say, this is it. This is what you're supposed to be using. They always have something on the roadmap because this is sort of the purpose of the project, right? They're supposed to push zero knowledge proofs in a way that others can just use. They used to be theoretical. Now they actually have libraries that are being used in Ethereum and Bitcoin. And this is where their money comes from also. Bitcoin whales, Ethereum whales, VC investors who are heavily into Bitcoin and Ethereum. And this is exactly why you're not going to find the average drug seller or whatever being too excited about doing research and reading some academic paper.
Okay, hold on. I gotta call you on this one. Are you lecturing me about darknet adoption? Am I hearing that?
I'm not lecturing you. I'm just saying the logic of it.
Well, all right. I mean, like, this is like in the 4-Year-Old Virgin where they're talking about boobs and Steve Carell's like, oh, it's bag of sand. Like, dude, the darknet adoption, okay, it happens because people need cryptocurrency, okay? They're using Monero because it works, flat out. It just works.
They used Bitcoin before this, and they thought that it's very private.
They still do.
They believe that it's private.
Yes,
and it was sold to them as being private, and it turned out to be
the
reason why a lot of people went to jail. Just a second. You said for the most part it does work. I'm gonna fix your audio once again. Go.
Yeah, it does work for the most part. I mean, that's why it's still being used. I mean, I think I explained this to you earlier. I don't like the phrase privacy coin. I think these are all cryptocurrencies, and Monero is just trusted more than Bitcoin, and that's why it's being used on these darknet markets. And well, and I mean, compared to Zcash, I mean, these people do not trust Zcash at all. They view it as a United States tech company. They view it as compromised. and they view it as someone who will sell out. And Zcash has done nothing to alleviate that tension. In fact, they talk down about these, these people. They say that they're below them.
No,
That's
I don't think they
problematic.
said that, but they don't want this market.
Well, then they don't want the general market to begin with, because
They
cryptocurrency
want
usage.
DeFi, which is a different ball game.
I mean, sure, that's a different ball game, but like cryptocurrency usage is everything, right? And as a project, you should want as much adoption as possible. With Monero, we stress adoption. Use Monero is a slogan that we have. In fact, actually, a
It's
lot of
actually,
people.
if we use it, we win, which is something that I found on the mug from Monerotopia, which I brought home last year, and it was in Spanish, Si lo usamos, ganamos.
See, we care about usage. In fact, people in Monero think that it's a psyop that we care so much about usage instead of buying and holding Monero. I swear to God, but we care about usage, and that passion for using cryptocurrency has flown into all these other things, all these other economies. Zcash does not have that. Zcash does not have a peer-to-peer marketplace where you can buy goods in Zcash. It does not have that. So this is the problem. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just rely on Flexa or whatever. It's not good enough. You need to have a passionate base who cares about the peer-to-peer cryptocurrency.
I don't disagree with you there. There used to be a website called Z2Z, which was just freelancers offering their service for shielded payments, but I don't think it ever took off. Maybe now, I mean, the project, just think about
Vlad,
it.
you should lead this, man. You got to make a fucking website or some shit. A Z2C website. Like XMR Bazaar, but with shielded transactions. You got to do something like that, because otherwise, like, I don't see anything with Zcash right now where people are actually using Zcash. What I see is people just buying and holding Zcash and posting fucking price charts.
I mean, sure, maybe I should make this outside of Europe because it's just getting bad over here. But yeah, I agree with you. Commerce is very useful and should be a priority. But in the case of Zcash, the main priority is research. It's just building the ultimate library to make it. So they started from ZK Snarks, which have this really good privacy, and they just looked for ways to make it scale. Because in the beginning, you needed a very powerful computer. Transactions were slow, I can't talk anymore. Computationally intensive, and the user experience was horrible. And they had to work from there. And right now you have Zashi, and you can complain about it, that it has some trade-offs. At least it works on mobile, which used to not work at all before. And now they're still improving it. And if you look, if you actually pay attention to what they're proposing and what they're making, you're gonna come up to the conclusion that of all of this industry, which arguably was very scammy, and it had all of these colorful characters who disappeared with a lot of money, and they made a lot of shady choices, and a bunch of them are getting pardons nowadays from the Trump administration.
Oh man,
these guys actually they actually did what they said they were gonna do, but they took a longer time than the market expected, and they still keep on improving this. And to be honest, they have my respect. Like, I used to shit on them all day. I used to hate Zcash just because other people told me to hate it. I used to hate it because Peter Todd spent a year going to every conference in 2018 talking about how dishonest the developers from Zcash is. I used to hate it because there was the inflation bug that they found. I used to hate it because it was attacked. I think it was spammed like 3 or 4 years ago.
It was, yeah. They had a pretty devastating spam attack for a while where they were being sandblasted. Yeah.
But once I discovered that they actually made the scale, and once I realized that Ethereum is using their technology. Bitcoin is gonna be using their technology with ZK rollups. That's why I have this stupid helmet on my head and this vest and protection glasses. I did a video before this interview in which I participated in the Citrea ceremony. That one is a ZK rollup that's actually optimized for scalability as opposed to privacy, but you can actually have a fork of Tornado Cash on it, which I think is a net benefit. It's something that Bitcoin does not have and from which Bitcoin can benefit. And it's all thanks to these guys. Like, you can hate them, it's fine. You can point out to their issues, but you can't deny to the fact that they improved over the years. And I do think that this pump right now is not just a bunch of VCs throwing money trying to find exit liquidity or whatever. It's just a signal that the tech stack is more mature and they're finally ready to have a proper use case, which turns out to be DeFi after all. It's not going to be dark markets. They don't have a proper marketplace yet. There are not too many services that do accept this, but there's going to be a lot of activity swapping to and from shielded addresses into other assets. And that's going to be sort of the killer app for it.
So I agree with you that Zcash has improved. Absolutely. I think a lot of it has changed after their new CEO. What's his name? Swillwart,
Josh
some
Swinehart.
guy.
To be honest, Josh is a much better CEO. Zuka was sort of terrible, bad communication.
Yeah, Zuka was awful.
He should stick to deving, which seems to be a much better activity for him. No offense, Zuko.
So, yeah, so like, I will say he's better. I don't think he's perfect. Like, I have big disagreements. Again, I'm calling out the Zcash people. You need Z2C mandated transactions. Stop with the transparent crap. What are you guys doing? Anyways, I have to say though, the problem with your logic is if Zcash starts to be adopted by darknet markets, everything changes. Literally everything does. If you were to read a news article about Zcash being used for ransomware to North Korea and they didn't stop anything, everything changes. Now you're in a political event. And I do not trust Zcash in this situation. Unfortunately I don't. Maybe they would prove me wrong and they would not give away metadata or whatever. I don't know what they would be able to actually do, but like if they are confronted in a situation like this, how would they react? I feel rather negative about that relative to Monero, where who are they going to contact? There's no one. We're headless, right? We're decentralized. So I think this is a huge vulnerability that, yeah, I don't think Zcash has done anything to fix, except for the fact that they are apparently moving towards a situation where they're not going to have any dev tax or anything in the future. It's just going to be a project that exists. I think that would be good, but yeah, as it stands now, I would be concerned if I was a dev. If I was a dev, and these things started happening.
I don't know. There's a lot of speculation here, and to be honest, there was no previous events to point out to any sort of reaction like this. So we can speculate all we want about what we think about certain people and how they're going to react, but we haven't seen it. What we know is that this happened to Bitcoin, and I remember
it's happened
Wasabi
to Monero
Wallet
too.
dealing with a situation where it was in the reports of the Interpol, and it was also in the reports of the US intelligence, because apparently China was paying its spies with Bitcoin using coins mixed with Wasabi Wallet. As far as I know, none of them got compromised, detained, arrested, or whatever, but it also did not travel too much to the US, which could have been a situation where they could get arrested for a few hours or something to answer to questions. But this was just a wallet project on in a company where basically everyone was sort of doxxed. They had a page with the contributors, they had a GitHub where you could figure out what everyone does and where they work. And it hasn't happened because I guess we had at the time a culture where we did not blame, I don't know, you don't blame the maker of the automobile just because someone does not brake, or just because people make choices when they use the tool, or knife, or whatever. You can use any metaphor or example of something from the real world which is being used in a way that the maker did not intend. And you can't hold them liable. That's the culture that we have built. It seems like these people in Bitcoin are making it much worse by complaining about content in the blockchain that they don't like. And therefore, they're just inviting regulators to step in and governments to say, hey, if it's possible to filter, why don't you all filter? Why don't you all run this software now? Because it seems like you have the option. Like, what are you, some sort of pornographer? Are you into, what was the abbreviation? CSAM or whatever? And if we develop this culture and it becomes extended or it bleeds over into privacy projects, then I can see a situation. I mean, we already have Tornado Cash, right? Where they argue that they're responsible for how others have used their privacy tool. But I don't know. There's nothing in the culture or the communication that would point out to a situation where they would say, oh, we're so sorry that someone from North Korea made this transaction. Let's collaborate. Just a second. Wait. Your audio cut off again. Oh, I have to switch from this to this. Okay.
Yeah, so let's say North Korea was receiving a ransom in, Bitcoin, and they were paid in through the Near protocol with shielded Zcash to Bitcoin or whatever. That would be traceable. And as I mentioned earlier, the T address would link to the T address from that Near protocol wallet. So, I mean, privacy is really hard, right? Privacy is very difficult. It's not an on or off switch. And Zcash, I think they're doing very cool things, but I do not think that they're ready, because once this starts to get hard, once regulations start bearing down, I'm skeptical about them fighting back, because as what I've seen already, they like to comply. They like to work with the feds. They like to negotiate. And I don't like negotiating with terrorists. That's how I feel about that. So I don't know. Maybe
Well,
they
you're conflating lobbying for negotiation.
yeah,
Lobbying
I
is
am.
just hush money, and you're saying that this is negotiation, which is not quite bending the knee. It's just buying yourself time, or at least that's the way in which I understand it.
I mean, maybe they're buying themselves time. That's actually a good conspiracy where, like, maybe that's why they're pumping right now, because they may know that they're probably going to dump in the future because incoming regulations. So
No, honestly, if they integrate with DeFi, I don't think that's gonna affect them too much. They're gonna maybe get delisted from some exchanges, but these DeFi protocols are not under the same regulations. Anyway, Jason in the chat actually said something interesting. I'm not sure how tired you are, but I do like what he said, and I do think it's worth discussing. He said, Vlad, what happens to ZEC development if ECC and Shielded Labs close down tomorrow? And he said, this is the debate to have with Xenu. Zero Darts replied and said, there would be Zcash Foundation and Zingo Labs to keep developing. This is besides the point. Let's say that all of them close down. And this is actually a good question, because this is such an avant-garde experiment that maybe there are only like 10 people in the world who understand what's happening and have the vision to keep going, which is exactly why they need to basically pay for lobbying to be able to keep going. So if these people get taken out, I do think that it's the end for Zcash.
Oh,
If
100%.
if
Yeah,
Monero
it's a
developers,
well, it would be a decapitation. It would be your target, because that's the thing with Zcash. All of their researchers are doxxed. Like if they actually became a threat, they could immediately be decapitated. I'm not instigating violence, by the way. I'm just saying this could happen, and governments have done things like this in the past. You just go and bully all the people that you already have doxxed. You know, I, this is a concern. Monero does not have this. What are you going to do with the Monero? It's an
oh,
open source
you
project.
can take out Arctic Miner and Luke Parker and all the others, and
You,
you are gonna have a crisis because it's hard to find
mhm,
talent.
mhm. Oh,
I'm not
you
sure who's
abs-
gonna build full chain membership proofs if you're not gonna have Luke Parker, Justin Silverman, and all the other guys. It's gonna take like at least a couple of years to regroup, to
Yeah,
find the right
sure.
talent, to help them, or at least to be sure that they deserve your trust, because these guys worked for many years to earn this reputation. And then you're gonna have a new crop of developers, maybe that they're not gonna be competent, or maybe that they're gonna be moving too fast, or the whole culture of the project changes when the developers are changing. We see this in Bitcoin right now. We have seen the changing of the guards like 3 times already. I think the first time was when Satoshi left, then when Gavin left, then when Vladimir van der Laan left. And now we have a situation where it's very unclear if there's anyone you can actually trust. All of them are pretty new and young. And it seems like there's a civil war happening. And I don't know where this is gonna lead, because the community has to decide who's gonna represent them and who's gonna write the code. Or if there's gonna be any code at all, and it's just gonna be maintained to be compatible with Windows 12 or something when that one comes out. So developers are a very important part of every project. It's very hard to imagine what it's gonna look like without some key people. We were fortunate enough throughout this experiment to not have to deal with, I don't know, assassinations of developers in either camp. Worst case, there was that Ethereum developer who was arrested in North Korea. Not North Korea. He was arrested for going to North Korea to teach them how to use Ethereum stuff. And we also had the attack from, I do consider that Craig Wright was a nation state attack, so I can add that because he sued a bunch of developers to the point that they quit working on Bitcoin. I do believe that the Tornado Cash is a nation state attack. I do believe that the Samourai trial is a nation state attack. But we did not have something so significant. Like, we didn't see, for example, Vitalik going to jail. We did not see Arctic Miner going to jail or whatever, or Amir Taki, or people who are so essential to projects that if they disappear or they get arrested, there's gonna be like a significant impact on the project's
Well,
development.
just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it can't happen. And we're just having our guard up. Like, I agree with you that generally speaking, things have been okay. It could be a lot worse. It could be way, way worse. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be like actively preparing for the worst. Because you're right. Like, there are members of Monero who are doxxed. Absolutely. And they could be, you know, attacked. And it's fucked up, but I mean, this government literally commits genocide. So it's not funny, but like literally, this is nothing to them, you know. So yeah. Um I mean, I've talked to a lot of these developers. They feel pretty good about things, and they're very pleasant. They're not doomers. I'm probably more of a doomer than someone like Rocknium. Probably more of a doomer. But he's anonymous, right? And he's anonymous for this reason, and I do not blame him. Like, I'm under the impression that I am like my OPSEC is not that good. Like, if feds want to know who I am, they know who I am, kind of thing. It is what it is. I'm not an OPSEC genius, But
Right, but
they're
your
the
adversary is not only your
well,
government, right? Maybe it's another
right,
government. Maybe it's
right, right, right,
someone
right, right.
like your neighbor or your boss or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So with Monero, it is something that we talk about actually quite a bit. It's not like this is something that is under the radar or anything. Like we all have people who make Monero what Monero is, and that can be attacked in the future. And some governments hate us. So
At the same time, I do believe that the same governments that hate you in public might be happy that this technology exists for themselves. And by
yes.
governments, I mean individual actors inside of the institutions.
No,
Because
so I
let's be
think
honest,
you're
everyone needs a degree of privacy. And everyone is happy that they have, just in case they need to flee the country or whatever, in case of a revolution where they get overthrown or anything, a coup.
yeah,
They
100%.
do
Like
need to run away with something that cannot be traced and is going to enable them to start a new life somewhere else. So you do have to understand that the incentives are for everyone to have a degree of privacy, for the small person to keep some savings away from maybe confiscation or whatever, for the heads of state to be able to run away in the event of a communist revolution or something that is maybe unlikely to happen but not 100% impossible.
yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, like the whole situation with it's crazy for sure. I don't know. I don't want, don't want to expand on this too much. I guess um, we're all in this for a reason, right? Why are we here, Vlad? We care about digital cash, right? But that
No,
pisses
I came
people.
here because I was a nerd about internet privacy. I
No,
wanted
no,
to
you
do
care.
my
Well,
bachelor
why'd you
thesis
stay
about
here?
this. Like, I was
You
20
stayed
years
here
old.
though.
I
Uh,
saw the revelations by Edward Snowden. I was like,
yeah,
yeah, internet
sure.
privacy is a big deal. I should
Yeah,
care about this. I should look into ways to anonymize my traffic, not because I'm trying to hide from my government, but because, you know, privacy is a human right. I do like to be left alone and mind my own business. I'm not doing anything interesting, to be honest. If I have any agent following me, I have a very boring life. But
yeah. I
anyway,
have
I
several of
do
them.
want to enjoy this and I do
My
want my
agents like
children
to
to enjoy
talk to
this.
each other. You know, my agents like to talk to each other. They're all friends. They have a group chat.
I did not catch the
Yeah, I
beginning
went
of
over
your
your head.
sentence.
Okay. I said I said my agents have a group chat. They all talk to each other. Yeah, my several agents who are tracking me. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I agree, man. Like I'm doing my thing. It is what it is. I probably have picked off some people with darknet market maximalism. But you know, it's a project I'm very proud of, and it's a project that is about peer-to-peer cash. I'm not glorifying darknet markets. I am pointing to the largest peer-to-peer economy that depends on peer-to-peer cash. And funny story, when I released it, the day I released it, um, I, I forgot exactly what happened, but basically my internet went down, and I was like, "Oh shit, the feds are here!" The day I uploaded it, I thought the feds were raiding me because nothing was working for like 2 hours. But then it turns out there was like a global like shutdown of like whatever internet I was using at the time. But yeah, no, I've gotten props on Dread. I got some supporters over there. It's pretty cool, you know. I do want to speak at like DEF CON. I've heard people mention that I should go there, so I'm gonna probably do that next year. That'd be pretty cool.
There are some rapid fire questions that I want to address. There's someone in the chat who wants to ask if in Zashi Wallet you can connect to your own node. And you do have a list of servers from which you can choose. And you can choose custom server and you just write your host name and port. So yes, you can connect your own node. You don't have to leak your IP address to their service. And they also have Tor, which they added recently. Seems like they're making progress, but it wasn't. So all the privacy features that you would want, like rotating addresses and Tor, they're not there since day one. They rolled them out gradually, which means possibly it's a good idea for you to set up a different wallet and send your shielded funds to it so that the information that you can leak, like the metadata, is minimal. There was another question, just a second. I'm getting a bit tired, but it's fine. What's the incentive to keep mining ZEC once you reach the cap limit? Well, supposedly transaction fees, but there's a proposal for those to get burned, just like Ethereum does. And this means basically that the project is gonna go to proof of stake, which I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but let's see what the future holds. Because to be honest, I don't know too much about this. I just know some very surface level information. I don't hold a lot of Zcash to care that much, like my life depends on it, but I do care about the technology that's being built. Another one. WebTech 7928 says Luke Parker is not the only dev of his caliber working on Monero projects. Monero is in top 3 most devs working on its cryptocurrency. I'm not gonna disagree with this, but you do have to admit that talent is hard to find and especially replace. And for Bitcoin, for example, it's hard to find another Pierre Welle or Greg Maxwell or even another Adam Back. Like, imagine a world without them. It's gonna be chaotic in the beginning, even for newcomers to understand how they should understand Bitcoin, especially since the average adopter is non-technical, never actually ran a node on an actual computer that they bought themselves. They bought a node in a box and they just use apps and they didn't try anything command line. And they just learned about Bitcoin in metaphors. And that's kind of the worst way to understand it. That someone told you it's like this and it should be used for that only. And everything else is degeneracy. And that's that's where conflicts begin, because you're lacking context. And you're not aware that Ethereum could have been built on Bitcoin if there was a larger up return, or that zero coin and zero cash were proposed for Bitcoin. And we could have been in a truly maximalist world if there was more openness to development and developers. But we are in this multi-coin world, multi-blockchain, I saw that the new cool thing is not the blockchain, it's the DAG, which is like a different construct, which is mining orphan blocks and mines a lot of blocks in parallel, which is interesting, but too smart for my simple mind. Okay, what else is there in the chat? Crev23 says that Tornado Cash and Samourai Wallet were most likely state attacks, although to be fair, they didn't gain any ground either way. Both organizations breached the 10 million in business mark, and both were dealt with as per FinCEN's determinations concerning money transmitting, so yeah. It's really unfortunate. It almost seemed... I'm still confused as to why Wasabi Wallet was able to just ride into the sunset, because they had much larger volume than Samourai. Maybe it was just different communication. The fact that they were very general about it, like, yeah, we give privacy, we don't know who our customers are, we don't care. Maybe it was just basic communication that did not raise suspicions. Or maybe some people will put on their tinfoil hats and say, well, Samourai is the one that worked, even though I sort of disagree. because I was there to watch how the technology evolved. And Samourai had this 5 input, 5 output coin joins with equal amounts and talks exchange. And Wasabi, in their final iteration, which was 2.0, which still works, by the way, today with a bunch of third-party coordinators, they had these huge coin joins with hundreds of inputs and hundreds of outputs, which were of different sizes, and some of them were dividing, some of them were consolidating, and there was no toxic change. Basically, the coordinator was finding ways to include the whole amount and find pairs for that to be divided or consolidated. And it's really beautiful math. But yeah. Krev says that he thinks the difference was that it wasn't custodial or they didn't get to 10 million. Neither service was custodial. Not Tornado Cash, not Samourai, not Wasabi. All of them were non-custodial. The difference is that in the Bitcoin design, you have UTXOs, and Wasabi and Samourai were leveraging that, and you were running the software on your computer or phone in the case of Samourai. But with Tornado Cash, it was on a smart contract on chain, which was basically immutable and much more interesting from a legal perspective. But all of them got to 10 million. But yeah, is there anything that we haven't discussed, Xenu, that you would like to mention? I know we're about 4 hours into this, and if you're still watching and listening, maybe leave a comment or like or whatever it is that you can do, just so I can see that you're still here.
No, I mean, I got nothing really. I think we covered a lot of ground here. I didn't want to go into dark net market maximalism, but yeah, I think at this point we can wrap up. And I can, if people like what I've been saying, anti-moonboy.com is where you want to go. Anti-moonboy.com. I have all my content on there. I have a podcast every Monday called Anti-Moonboy.
Yeah, so if there's any other question, you can mention it in the chat. What I do want to ask you, so maybe we can have this like stabbing contest or something, very cheap shots. The lowest of hanging fruits, right? Like, how are you gonna react when ZEC flips Montero? Oh, wait. I need to fix your audio once again. I hope that they heard all that part about what you wrote and what you have done. Oh yeah, cut off at anti-moonboy.com. Xenu muted at worst time. Okay, at least I know you're here, chat. Okay.
Should I repeat all of that then?
Yeah. Please.
Okay, yeah. So I have a website, anti-moonboy.com. You can check out my content there. I have a weekly podcast, Anti-Moonboy News, where we break down digital cash without the lame ass fucking chart speculation. I also have some comedy there. I'm pretty good at leading a podcast. It's a fun time, so check it out every Monday. I also have a series called Attack at the Poison Outputs, and that series is about how Monero is attacked, how you can attack it, the weaknesses of Monero, how Monero works. If you're interested in any of that, it's basically a sequel to Breaking Monero, and I'm very proud of it. It's 30 videos long on YouTube, IC Rumble, and it's totally free. So check that out. And last but not least, I have a manifesto called Dark Net Market Maximalism. It's probably the best thing I've ever made. It's a breakdown of why darknet markets matter, why we should be observing them, because I think they're very important to observe because they represent the oldest and largest peer-to-peer economies that depend on cryptocurrency.
Nice. So they finally heard this. Now, regarding my low-hanging fruit kind of question,
Yeah.
how are you
yeah.
gonna react when ZEC flips XMR?
I don't give a shit, Vlad. I don't care.
You're the anti-Moonboy, right?
I'm the anti. I don't give a shit. In fact, I hope it does. It'll be funny. There you go. I can't give you a clip for this one. Sorry.
It's fine. I don't want a clip. But I do hope my video editor is still watching. Just in case he thinks about doing a clip. So do you have anything like a cheap shot or whatever? Make fun of me? Call me a nartard?
Yeah, well, true. Oh man, I'm gonna try to make a Dracula joke about you being retarded. What could that work with? You're retard Dracula because when you try to suck blood, instead you suck our attention spans because you don't stop fucking talking. There we go. I don't know, man. That was off the cuff.
Yeah, that wasn't so good.
I don't know.
Anyway, at least you're not like the guys who looked at my nose and they said, "Oh, Loki has a Jewish nose." My grandma was Greek, asshole. That's why I have a big nose.
I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a great time, man. I thought this was a great conversation. A really good talk, and I know we had some technical difficulties. We worked through that. I think that I think I got my point across pretty well, and that's why I came here. So thank you for letting me on your program. I wish to come back.
Yeah, let's do this again. Maybe when the stats are different. You can dunk on me and be like, "See, I told you it was a bubble, and only the VCs are pumping this."
You mean when the stats are exactly the same? Okay.
Actually, they're pretty good now, and in a bear market, I think that's gonna be like the differentiator. Like if people are here for the actual privacy, as they claim, as everyone claims right now, it's actually trendy. I think to the credit of Zcash, they actually started a conversation like industry-wide about the importance of privacy. And we're going to see if these people are actually here for the technology, as you know, the meme says, or they just have gold chains like that Indian man from the meme.
Yeah, true.
What? Krev said, I am a Temu Weird L. At first I read that as Weird AI, and I was like, what kind of AI? But yeah, he means Weird Al Yankovic. Temu. Wish.com, man. Not Temu. Anyway, I have a full head of hair. There was a guy in the chat who said I went bald or something, and now I wear a construction worker helmet. Yeah. This was fun. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening and tuning in. Maybe it wasn't as spicy as you expected. There's also Havino. Anyway, he says that Zano, and he actually types it as Z asterisk ANO, almost like he doesn't want this word to be found if anyone ever searches their profile for seeing if they ever mentioned this project. That it was not banned from conferences. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not their advocate. I'm just pointing out to the fact that they could not attend, which one was it? MoneroCon this year. And they tried because I spoke with someone from their team and whatever. It's pointless drama. I look forward to seeing these guys invited to more conferences and showing how they build stuff. I do think that the Wownero guy is an asshole, and I'm gonna keep following him. I'm gonna keep following him regardless, because I do think sometimes he's interesting, but I disagree with him a lot.
I gotta leave for a second. 1 second.
It's fine. Thank you guys. Make sure you leave feedback because it's useful. Like if you're listening on Spotify or whatever in the future after this live stream, leave feedback because it seems like it really matters and it helps the content get a bit boosted when people search for Bitcoin content. Once again, what I do here is that I ask the questions that most Bitcoiners are afraid to ask because they're going to get canceled or their sponsors are going to pull the plug on them or whatever. Speaking of sponsors, thank you very much Layer 2 Labs, nones.com, Sideshift.ai, Bitcoin.com News. This was it. I'm not sure if you are still here, but I want to thank you very much, Xenu, the warrior prince, for sticking around and only having one bathroom break in 4 hours and 15 minutes. And what else? There's someone, Kenza, who said I should invite Body Anarchist for the spice. I might, but I need to make another list, like a full page of proxy names. And I'm gonna read them out right now. It's Moreno, Montero, Montevideo, Montango, Milongo, Morando, Murano, Romero, Romano, Montevideo, Murcielago, Sombrero, San Antonio, Italiano Vero, Macareno. There was another one with a car name. Sandero? Yeah, Sandero. I gotta write this down. I'm gonna use it next time. Sandero. There was also... I forgot. Anyway, I'm not gonna waste your time with this. I just wanted to entertain you a bit in the end. I'll see you in the next one. And Xenu, if you're there, thank you very much. And you're not. Should I wait for him? Should I close this? Anyway, goodbye. I'll see you in the next one. Oh, I'm back just to read this from Eric Singos. Vlad is the Peter Schiff of XMR. Okay, I like that. I very much like that. Just for reference, I learned something new listening to the show of Joel Valenzuela, and he said that basically Peter Schiff's dad wrote a book about how to avoid taxation in the US, how to not pay taxes. It's the second book ever to get banned, and he died in prison because he wrote that book. He was like the Ross Ulbricht of his generation, minus the happy ending where he got clemency from the US president. So Peter Schiff is actually pretty hardcore. He grew up in a family that actually practices what they preach, and they are very hardcore about sound money and protecting their wealth. I do believe that Peter Schiff gets Bitcoin. He was on some very intense debates with Eric Voorhees back in 2013, 2014. But I do believe that he has to keep his brand. So, yeah. If you compare me with Peter Schiff, I'll take that as a compliment, not as an insult. So, thank you very much. WebTech says that Xenu went to the bathroom. Well, okay. I'm happy that you're back. Let me fix your audio once again because you cut off. I almost ended, and then someone said that I'm like the Peter Schiff of XMR, and I sort of like it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you and let you just say your closing words.
Yeah, check out my shit.
Yeah.
Hey, but thank you, Vlad. This is fun. I had a good time. Well, let's do it again. Maybe a year from now, I can make fun of you. You know.
Sure. Well, let's see how that goes.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thanks, guys, for listening. I appreciate it.
Bye. Good night.